Buenos días. Good morning. Vamos a comenzar a las 9:30. We start at 9:30, okay? Thank you.
Sí. Sí.
morning. Welcome to the first Promesa conference. We want to ask you please take your seats. Our event will begin in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Please. You can take all the front seats. You can move. Once again, good morning and welcome to the first Promesa conference with the ceremonial greetings. It's a great privilege and honor to us to recognize the presence of, I don't know if it's the mayor of Guaynabo is here, Hector O'Neill, but it's not, Mr. Francisco Rodriguez Castro, President and CEO of Berlin Capital LLC and Chairman of the first Promesa conference, Paco. We are also very proud to acknowledge the presence of CPA David A. Rodriguez Ortiz, President and Chairman of the Board of Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, and his wife, Engineer Frances Rodriguez. Dr. Jose Vázquez Barquet, immediate past President of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, and his wife, Marisa Hernandez. Mr. Miguel Vargas, Executive Director of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce. Miguel. Chairman of the Foundation of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, CPA Carmen Ana Culpeper, and also former President of our institution. Chairman of the Council of former President of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, Attorney Jose Julián Álvarez. Jose Julián. Former Presidents of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Jose Vázquez Barquet, Ingeniero José Izquierdo Encarnación, Engineer Raúl Gallá, Attorney Héctor Mayor Kaufman, y Héctor Recher. Executive Committee of Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, Director and member of the governing board of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, Chairman or representative of the working committees of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce and our affiliates association, distinguished keynote speaker, moderators, and member of the panel session, representative of the civic, professional, entrepreneurial, and cultural entities are also present. Distinguished member of the communication media, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, thank you for being here us today and welcome. We also want to recognize our sponsor whose participation has been an important contribution to the success of this activity. Event sponsor, Berlin Capital Advisor, Select Global Advisory Group, El Nuevo Día, Triple M Healthcare Inc., Keyvein, Grant & Thornton, Ferraioli LLC, Agenda Ciudadana, the Condado Plaza Hilton, The Lounge, MEDIAWRAP Inc., for sponsoring this live stream transmission of our event through social media networks. Hispanic Information and Telecommunication Network for recording our event. Universal sponsors are Uno Radio Group, Telemundo, institutional sponsors, El Nuevo Día, Walmart Puerto Rico Inc., Triple S, NCS, Amgen, Fulcro Insurance Inc., Puma Energy, Sagesa LLC, FPV and Galindez, Anderson Research International, Subway, Coca-Cola, World Network Telecommunication Inc., the Condado Plaza Inc., Sprint, Caribbean Business, Latin Media House, RICO, the Professional Engineers and Surveyors Association of Puerto Rico, Arroyo and Associates. We thank all for your support. Thank you. At this moment, I am pleased to invite to the podium Mr. Francisco Rodriguez, President and CEO for Berlin Capital and Chairman of the first Promesa of Conference. Paco, gracias.
Thank you, Salvi. Good morning, everyone. And I think we created quite a stir here this morning. And I have to apologize because even though we've taken every measure for the past 2 weeks for this not to happen, the police did not do their job properly. So I apologize to everyone. We had 650 paid attendees here, so this room should have been completely full. And with the speakers and sponsors, we should have had 700 people here. So I'm really sorry about that. But we're going to do the whole program. We have most of the panels here. And when we're ready to convey the whole message, we are trying to do a live streaming of the program so that everybody that could not make it will see it live through a stream. And the chamber is going to make the announcement as soon as we're able to do it. What brings us here? We're here because Puerto Rico, even though it took several measures to revamp our economic development, other measures to revamp our financial structure, it didn't do enough. Now, with the current liquidity position of Puerto Rico, limited access to capital market of none, we have created a situation for ourselves which is unsurmountable. So the Promesa law, which is becoming a reality already, because I don't know if you've read, but Obama is supposed to announce the board members during the day. So we're expecting that announcement at any moment. I think it's a timely effort for the chamber and us to educate everyone on how to navigate these waters with Promesa, how to analyze Promesa, how it's going to affect our lives. And although we have brought a balanced program, both people for and against Promesa and how to do it, and also the experience in other jurisdictions, Detroit, Argentina, Washington, D.C., New York, and all other possible situations that had similar instances to what Puerto Rico is facing. The protesters outside believe that our program is solely designed to teach you how to profit from Promesa. Nothing could be further from the truth. We just want to educate ourselves, and I think our right to educate ourselves can't be below their right to protest. For that, I'm sorry, and this kind of things makes me to be very shameful incident. So I'm going to try to wrap this up and pass it on to David. Part of this program is to have several events to conclude additional situations, but I'm going to leave you with a message. This morning, I wrote a piece, an op-ed in the local newspaper, which I cover several areas of discussion in Spanish. I think you have copies of it in Spanish. So. But what I want to leave you with is that we thought, both David and myself, that the country should have what we're calling supranational goals. These are goals that go above and beyond any political or governmental situation. There are goals that people understand and can support. And to just give you a few of our ideas, we want to convert Puerto Rico into an economic development country growing at 4%. We want to create 150,000 jobs in the private sector in 6 years. We want to expand our labor participation rate to 55%. We want to measure ourselves with all our peer groups, World Economic Forum, World Bank, etc., to maintain our competitive edge. We want to transform educational system to one of entrepreneurship, transformational, and jobs. And also, we want to create the basis for continued growth and fiscal prudency by creating some committees to help the oversight board maintain their balance. So I think from the analysis we've made in our office, we'll see the Promesa board operating at least 10 years. So this is at least a decade role for us. So we have to be ready, we have to understand, and our program attempts to teach you guys how to navigate these waters. So thank you for attending, and we look forward to your comments after the event, and let us know what we did right, what we did wrong, and how to improve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paco, for your words and your commitment in creating and funding this excellent conference. At this moment, I'm pleased to invite to the podium the President and Chairman of the Board of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce, CPA David A. Rodriguez Castro, for his welcoming remarks.
First of all, I'm going to be excused, I'm not talking Spanish for a while. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes que realmente lograron llegar hasta aquí temprano, que nos han acompañado y que somos realmente las personas que realmente queremos apoyar el país, dar alternativas y soluciones y no cerrar el diálogo y ser no inclusivos. Con eso en mente, regreso al inglés, pero muchísimas gracias por estar aquí presente en el día de hoy. Good morning to all, and thank you for being here today. The main purpose of our conference is to educate and analyze the major provisions of the Promesa Act. Our goals should focus in understanding what the fiscal board is really about, what is expected from the task force, the impact on the debt repayment, how are we going to finance the essential governmental services, and the perspective of the island economy for the next years. Since the mission of the Chamber of Commerce is to promote sustainable socioeconomic development and a better quality of life, it is imperative that we encourage and facilitate the promotion of complete and accurate information to our community. If we want to resolve our current situation and create new environment, it is essential that we meet with experts and learn from their perspective, experience, and results. Our speakers will provide a number of tools and resources that will enable our private sector to jumpstart our economy. It is important that we clarify some of the myths that has been circulated regarding Promesa. Tomorrow, September 1st, will be the official day that the board will start their work. At that time, we must work together right away, the oversight board, the task force, the bondholders, federal government, Commonwealth government, and us, the island productive sector. It's our responsibility to safeguard the free enterprise system and promote joint public-private collaboration efforts to spur the economy throughout the entire island. We want to find solutions, we want to generate solutions, but above all, we need to act urgently on those agreed upon solutions. I heard someone says that pessimists see the glass half empty, the optimists see the glass half full. but entrepreneurs are focused on obtaining more water to fill up the glasses. That, for me, is the correct mindset that Puerto Rico needs at this time to start moving again. Title 4 of Promesa, on Section 409, established the guidelines for the creation of the Congressional Task Force. This entity has been already created, and it's precisely with this group that the Chamber of Commerce, with their affiliated associations and the private sector coalition, are working together to achieve a fiscal and economic recovery of Puerto Rico. Today, we will be presenting some of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce proposals on economic growth. These recommendations were a collection of information and cooperation of individual, business, and organizations. This is another contribution that will be given to the Congressional Task Force. A copy of it will be on our website, www.camarapr.org, as soon as we deliver them on this Friday. We must understand that we are in a new engagement and new rules of engagement between the government of Puerto Rico, the oversight board, the private sector, bondholders, and the community. There have been 3 misconceptions that I've been talking about during the last month. First, the use of vulture funds and all that it implies is not necessarily correct. Let us change that to investment funds because they're really part of the capital market. Second, it's not accurate to state that Promesa does not provide anything for the economic development. In fact, multiple sections expressly address the need for revitalization and economic development, and they raise specific areas and recommendations which are pointed to the federal agencies who could provide any assistance to the Puerto Rico development. Number 3, the alleged non-governance and distance from the public policy as governmental plan. The fact is that Promesa Act, specifically on Section 201, states that the governor must provide a fiscal plan for Puerto Rico, not the other way around. The board will evaluate, certify that it complies with the Constitution of Puerto Rico, the laws of Puerto Rico, the appropriate accounting standards, and ensure that the plan is implemented as proposed by the governor. But let's stop talking about myth and start discussing the facts and proposals regarding Promesa. From the perspective of prominent local economists to executive of investment market, candidates for governor, bondholders, and opinion leaders in Puerto Rico, which are all gathered here today. I would like to also emphasize 3 points that we should take away from this conference. First, all public debt are not the same. They don't have the same guarantee. It's not necessary to establish a general rule for dealing with all of them as a package, but rather to understand the need and peculiarities of each of those debts. Number 2, we need to sustain a sustainable development that is capable of meeting our current needs without compromising resources and opportunities of future generations. Number 3, there are proposals, locals and federal, which are independent of each other, but both will start our economy. Let us set up strategies and use them and include them as our public policy. Puerto Rico needs to evolve, and we must adopt a competitive mindset. And if local or federal laws and programs give us an opportunity for development, why not? Let's make the best use of them. I'm convinced that together, with clear thinking, intellectual honesty, commitment, we can restart our economy. And that economic will of Puerto Rico will start moving forward. Before I conclude, I want to thank all of you, participants and organizers of the great event, especially Paco Pepe, Francisco Rodriguez Castro, chairman of the first Promesa, a person that on February I spoke to him regarding doing this activity, and we have been working since February to get this done. Also, I want to say thank you and the commitment with Puerto Rico and the Chamber to Brilliant Capital Advisors, Select Global Advisory Group, El Nuevo Día, Kibane Grant Thornton, Ferraioli, The Launch, Triple M, Condado Plaza, Agenda Ciudadana, and MEDIAWRAP, all for your contributions and support for this conference. We could not have done this without you. And now, let's get started with the program. The first item of our agenda to kick off this conference are two important short messages that were sent from the U.S. Congress. One from Honorable Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The other one from the Wisconsin Representative, Honorable Sean Duffy, also Chairman of the House Committee of Oversight and Investigation. Both gentlemen worked hard to ensure that the final law was passed and with the support of both parties. We invited all of them to our activity, but conflict with their schedule will not allow it. However, they want to express their continued commitment and send us this video. Without further ado, let's see their messages. In just a second, the videos will pop up.
You know, it's true that gridlock can be a major problem in Congress, but it's far from true that we can never come together to tackle a difficult problem. Take our efforts to help the people of Puerto Rico. For many years, the Puerto Rican government spent recklessly, racking up billions of dollars of debts that it simply cannot pay back. And because it's a U.S. territory, Congress had a constitutional and fiscal obligation to address this debt crisis before it devastated the island. And address it we did with the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act. I know it's a mouthful, but the most important part is that it provides the necessary tools to get Puerto Rico on a path to fiscal health. And it does so without a bailout from the taxpayers. It's simply good bipartisan legislation. And it was passed by the House and the Senate and signed into law by the President. In this political climate, that's a huge achievement. Now, Puerto Rico has a chance at real economic recovery. You know, it's true that gridlock can be a major problem in Congress, but it's far from true that we can never come together to tackle a difficult problem. Take our efforts to help the people of Puerto Rico. For many years, the Puerto Rican government spent recklessly, racking up billions of dollars of debts that it simply cannot pay back. And because it's a U.S. territory, Congress had a constitutional and fiscal obligation to address this debt crisis before it devastated the island. And address it we did with the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act. I know it's a mouthful, but the most important part is that it provides the necessary tools to get Puerto Rico on a path to fiscal health. And it does so without a bailout from the taxpayers. It's simply good bipartisan legislation. And it was passed by the House and the Senate and signed into law by the President. In this political climate, that's a huge achievement. Now, Puerto Rico has a chance at real economic recovery. You know, it's true that gridlock can be a major problem in Congress.
Hello, Puerto Rico. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you for the first Promesa conference. Thank you to the Puerto Rican Chamber of Commerce and all of the sponsors for putting this great event together. By having all of the interested parties in one place, we can all work together to ensure Puerto Rico's future economic success. When I began working on legislation as an option for Puerto Rico about a year and a half ago, every person I spoke with would say, "What interest does a guy from Wisconsin have in Puerto Rico?" My interest in helping my neighbors in Puerto Rico is the same as it would be for my neighbors in Minnesota or California or Alabama. We're all Americans. I don't have to tell you that all Puerto Rican pride is strong. People want to work, they want to thrive, and they want to be able to provide for their families. That is no different than in my community in Wisconsin. I've seen too many children leave their hometowns in search of job opportunities in bigger cities. From Puerto Rico to Wisconsin, Americans shouldn't have to choose between their families and economic opportunity. Since introducing the bill, I have heard from hundreds of people who have left the island, and even many who are still there, and they all say that Promesa is the best option for restoring the economic opportunities on the island. A key to this bill's success is buy-in. By the time the vote in Congress took place, we had support from Congressman Pierluisi, who has worked tirelessly with us on the issue, as well as many private and public sector stakeholders, both on the island and in the mainland. It was as important to garner the support of the people and the government of Puerto Rico as much as I needed to get the support of my own colleagues in Congress. The passage of this bill is a testament to that support, and the creation of this conference is proof that we are interested in seeing it succeed. A key provision of Promesa is to establish a bipartisan, bicameral task force on economic growth. It is responsible for identifying impediments to economic growth in the territory and recommending necessary changes. Earlier this month, the task force asked for input from both public and private sector stakeholders, and we received thousands of responses. Another testament to the level of interest in the success of Promesa. The task force will analyze the responses and publish our recommendations and report on or before December 31st of this year. There was a time when we thought this legislation would be doomed by politics. But I have to tell you, I am very encouraged by the level of enthusiasm from both sides of the aisle, both chambers of Congress, and both private and public sectors. The road to this point has not been smooth, but it is filled with people like yourselves who are committed to achieving the best possible outcome for the hard-working, prideful people of Puerto Rico. We are committed to working together to get through this rough stage and put Puerto Rico unshackle it in itself and its people from its cycle of poverty, mismanagement, and stagnation. As fellow Americans, we have a duty to support our neighbors and empower Puerto Rico with the choice to grow its future. A strong Puerto Rican economy means a more competitive and stronger American economy. Thank you again to the Puerto Rican Chamber of Commerce, all of the conference sponsors, and all of you for coming together for this very important cause. Have a great conference and have a great day.
Our appreciation to both congressmen from their encouraging words. We will certainly remain in touch with them, and personally it will be a great pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speaker, Mr. Matt Fabian. He's a partner of Municipal Market Analytics. I had mentioned earlier that we have put together top experts in the field who will enlighten us on various topics and issues related to Promesa and their impact, direct and indirect, on Puerto Rico. Mr. Fabian is one of those experts. We really appreciate your time here, and hopefully you will enlighten us a little bit more.
Thank you, everyone. Now I'm an analyst, not a politician, so I may not be quite as animated, but maybe I'll be less repetitive than Representative Ryan. MMA, what we are, we're an independent research firm, covers the municipal bond market, and what we do for the most part is try to help our clients set expectations for what might happen. And let me just push this back. You guys getting feedback? I'm getting a little feedback here. So what we tend to do is set expectations, and okay. For Promesa, I think although this conference is a wonderful and ultimately very necessary, probably more necessary than you all would know, event. The expectations for what the Promesa board will actually do should probably be lower. And maybe we should use a little less imagination about what the Promesa board could do or will do in efforts to help Puerto Rico. The focus today, and I say that meaning that for the most part, the emphasis should be still on Puerto Rican stakeholders themselves. The Chamber of Commerce local businesses, taxpayers, employees, the unions. It is these groups and not the Federal Control Board which will ultimately be in charge of what happens in Puerto Rico. So although we are moving into a new era, or at least temporarily moving into a new era for Puerto Rico management, much of what will happen will ultimately be the same, or driven by the same people who were driving events before. Okay, so today we're talking about the board, right? Because the board members are going to be announced today, reportedly. Again, now think about who the board is, right? These are the first board members, right? If the board will be in place for, say, 10 years, likely we'll have a fair bit of turnover with the potential partisan turnover in the elections in November. We could have new board members as soon as the first quarter of next year. It's not unreasonable for people coming into an unpaid position to swap out as other opportunities emerge. They're also newcomers, right? So by definition, they don't have conflicts of interest, and so they're not coming to this situation freighted with particular points of view about what they should be doing. But the one thing that they will have in common is that their incentives, right, the incentives of the board members themselves will be fairly well aligned with one another. And by that I mean being a member of the new Federal Control Board, the risks are asymmetric, right? This is a problem from Washington's perspective that it wishes it didn't have, right? There's likely minimal political upside to success for the individual board members, right? The best that they can hope for is to not screw things up. So in the risk, right? So when you think about a situation you're coming into with minimal upside, but minimal personal upside, but yet you have the potential to create a public relations disaster, right, for Congress and the people who put you into office. What do you do, right, in a situation like this? Strategically, how do you think through a situation? You try to make it short, right? You try to minimize your own exposure by having these things wrap up, right? Focusing on attainable goals, focusing on things that are easy to do, and minimizing conflict above all else. So part of the problem, so this is why I think, having the Chamber of Commerce together now is really important, because you have to understand these incentives that the board will have. Minimizing conflict, or let's talk about so doing attainable things, right? One of the things clearly that is in front of the board and has been presented and discussed repeatedly is the outstanding debt, right? The bonded debt. In Detroit, in Stockton, San Bernardino, Jefferson County, Harrisburg, or any other of the municipal distress situations, it was the debtors ultimately who were the clear targets. And then I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Debtors should be targets. That's part of what they're doing, right? By loaning people money, is that they take some risk of not getting it back. But minimizing conflict on the board's part also means trying to work with the Commonwealth government. Like, I find it very hard to expect that the Promesa board would foist a long-term recovery plan on the Commonwealth that the Commonwealth government did not itself support. So expectations of big thinking, of some kind of ghost in the machine emergence of fiscal discipline or austerity, however you want to call it, probably very unlikely in the end, because they will need the buy-in from government stakeholders, in particular whichever administration is sitting at the time that the fiscal plan is created. Getting government support means not doing things that the government doesn't want to do. The government has never really wanted to cut back on pensions, right? Pension reform is hard. I mean, they may want to, but it's a very difficult battle. If you look at just governmental debt, right? So excluding the utilities and the highways, there's $40 to $45 billion of bonds outstanding, payable by the central government. There's also about $45 or so billion of pensions, unfunded pension liabilities, using the current accounting. So, probably with more realistic accounting, unfunded pension liabilities represent the majority of the debt that the Commonwealth currently holds. But yet that debt will be difficult to restructure because the Commonwealth will be very reluctant to go after pension debt. And, justifiably, it's hard for pensioners to take a haircut like a bondholder can. So that's a reasonable assumption, but it creates a hurdle long term towards fiscal sustainability. In the same way, there's been a lot of talk about the need to consolidate the public corporations to reduce the size of the Commonwealth public employment, to reduce the number of political appointees, right? To root out corruption, I guess. And so there's a lot of these goals, and all of them are laudable, sort of in abstract. But in practice, it gets very hard because the Commonwealth has been operating this way for a very long time. So the board, again, find it very unlikely for the board to put forth a plan that makes dramatic changes to how the Commonwealth itself operates without the Commonwealth putting those words on paper first. So what does that mean for all the rest of you and the Puerto Rican stakeholders who will be here on the island for a very long time? It means thinking clearly about what the long-term challenges are, right? And this is preparing for a Puerto Rican economy that maybe has 3 million Puerto Ricans, maybe has 2.5 million Puerto Ricans. Long-term, those are reasonable expectations based on current trends. And those trends are not, they don't come out of this being an unhappy place to be. It's part of a situation where long-term, the Puerto Rican economy has been based on federal tax preferences, right? 936, 154, et cetera, even the tax exemption. Congress long-term is losing money. The Congressional Budget Office, right, projects massive long-term deficits. A rough, right now, the amount of outstanding Treasury debt is equal to about 75% of GDP. That is projected to roughly double over the next 30 years, meaning that federal deficits are going to continue and get worse. So to the extent you're basing economic growth on money from the federal government and they have less, that is not a good strategy. To the extent the board or the Economic Development Task Force creates a regime of new tax preferences to provide economic growth, you need to think of those as short-term, as temporary and near-term stimulus, but not a long-term sustainable strategy. Sustainable economic growth needs to come from Puerto Rico itself, from a good reason to be here, right? So targeting potentially a smaller but healthier Puerto Rican economy is probably a reasonable long-term goal. From finally thinking about the board, and one of the risks that I think we have with a board like this is similar to what we've seen in the other situations of distress, like Detroit, et cetera, right? In Detroit, what happened was, I guess, what we're lately calling the Detroit pivot, right? Although it was something that happened a long time before Detroit, is where people come in, outside advisors, consultants, and well-meaning or not, right? Maybe there's good intentions, maybe they're cynical, but they bring to this restructuring a bunch of ideas about what actually they will do. And then they get about halfway in and realize it's really hard, right? That they're not in Detroit anymore, they're in Afghanistan, right? This is an unwinnable war because governments are very difficult to restructure, right? Public employment contracts are almost impossible to edit. Government restructuring is extremely difficult. So the pivot happens when the restructuring team, or the board in this case, decides that instead of long-term or short-term goal, whatever they're pursuing, they pivot to a exit strategy. And let's just get out and let's come up with a plan that someone can label sustainable, And it may be, and that's great, but that they're looking to exit as quickly as possible. It's the job of the Puerto Rican stakeholders to make sure that the plan really is, right? And that you're thinking long term about what can happen. My personal advice is that this should take a very long time. This shouldn't be something that can be achieved within a year or two, right? Think about capital market access. I spend all of my time, like literally all of my time, thinking about the municipal bond market, and that's depressing, I guess, but I love it. It's an awesome market. It's so interesting. Anyway, we have, the municipal bond market has completely moved away from loaning Puerto Rico money based on what's happened in the last year, right? So, not just Promesa with its stay against creditor remedies, but the violation of the Puerto Rican Constitution, the inclusion of things like COFINA and the tobacco securitization bonds in the Moratorium Act. Who knows what's happening with the toll revenue bonds at this point, right? These are all things that make it very difficult under any circumstances to loan Puerto Rico fresh capital. The muni market ultimately works on trust, right? We have 40, 50,000 different issuers. Most investors they don't own 5 or 10 or 20 bonds, they own hundreds or thousands. And each financing is separate and bespoke, each is individual. So you can't, basically, this is a bond market where no one reads the documents, right? There's trust that you are in a partnership arrangement with the government that you're loaning money to, and that together you are financing infrastructure. When there are defaults, when there is what is seen as fairly rapacious activity with respect to bondholders, people don't have that trust. It will take time to the extent, debt is ultimately easy to restructure because it gets restructured all the time. To restructure the trust of the bond market will take much longer. To the extent the board looks for a faster exit, right, and then the restructuring will happen sooner, bondholders will need some kind of federal blessing, whether the federal government can actually pass a law and say that the new bonds are exempt from all restructuring, or if the federal government itself will take control of the revenues that are ultimately going to pay debt service. Not own them, they're not federal money, but to control them, then that helps too. But the farther out you go in the timeline, right, the more evidence there is of sustainable change and actual economic improvement, the more the traditional market will reemerge. So this is, not impossible. Again, municipal governments, territories, states, and cities, they don't disappear, right? They're not restructured. The Puerto Rico that goes through probably Title III under Promesa will be the same Puerto Rico that existed 10 years ago and exists 10 years from now. Detroit that emerged from restructuring, right? You can't, in municipal bankruptcy, you can't spin off the profitable entities. You can't restructure, refinance, or create, there's no, they have the old GM, the new GM. It's the same old Detroit that we have now that we had before bankruptcy. So, the market needs to think long-term about what actually is going to happen, and who, there's an interest in being a long-term partner. There just isn't evidence of it yet. Okay, so in summary, my time is up, and I think that my principal takeaways that a conference like this, the participation of the private sector is absolutely critical. In the end, it will be Puerto Rican stakeholders, the government, business, taxpayers, employees, who make the decisions about what the future Puerto Rico will be. It won't be the Fiscal Control Board. They will be looking to validate the decisions that Puerto Ricans make. So participation now, communication now is a critical element. Thank you.
We want to thank Mr. Matt Fabian on behalf of all our members, the private sector, and all our conference participants. We very much appreciate your having taken the time to be with us today in this very important event for the economic development of the island. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we will begin our first special plenary session of the day. I kindly request the distinguished member of this session to approach to the stage, and I invite to the podium Attorney Raul Candelario Lopez, President of SDA Global Inc., who will moderate the panel that will discuss a walk through Promesa and the Detroit experience. Thank you. No, Raul? Sandra? Sandra? Okay, ¿y Raúl? Okay. Okay, let's go. ¿Y Raúl? You can use. You can use. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sam Alberts. I'm a partner at Denton's. One of our moderator and I think one of our other panelists could not make it through the barricades, so we will do our best. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Good morning. This is Luis Marini. I'm a partner at O'Neill & Borges, focusing on bankruptcy and reorganization and restructuring as well.
Okay. I don't know if the slides that we created are available to be put up on the screen. If not, we can walk through them. So if they appear, we'll be talking off of that. What we also, I think, are going to do is, because there are only two of us rather than three of us, we are going to talk a little bit about what we had prepared ourselves, take any questions you may have. Perhaps we can bounce some questions around. And then if we have some room to spare, we'll exit off, because I realize we got a late start and we should let the other panels get on there. So what I was asked to look at is, I'm a financial restructuring attorney. I have done work in the municipal space and the sovereign debt space for most of my career. Among other things, we were counsel to the retiree committee in the city of Detroit case, and you've heard a lot of mention of Detroit here. I also worked with the control board in Washington, D.C. when that was formed. And so I have some views on what Puerto Rico is looking at, what the people in this room are going to be facing, and the process. And what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about that generally, and then talk about some comparisons and why this is such a unique situation. As you may know, the bankruptcy code allows for municipalities to file for bankruptcy, not states, not commonwealths, but municipalities. So that is why you've seen things like Jefferson County, Stockton, and Detroit file for bankruptcy. States aren't permitted to file for bankruptcy under the bankruptcy code. So this is unique. Promesa is unique because it allows not only, if we go down that road, for a municipal bankruptcy, but also Argentina, which you've seen in Greece. And you see what makes this incredibly complicated is not just that you have two levels, but you have this intersection of these different entities. On top of it, Promesa is unique in that it creates a growth initiative, a growth mandate for this board. So the board is not only there to oversee what is going on with the government in terms of its budgets and to weigh in on the process, approve if there is a creditor plan, But then it gives it the power to act as the representative to put either the Commonwealth into a bankruptcy or the, thank you very much. Here we go. Perfect. To put municipalities into bankruptcy. And then on top of that, they have the long-term growth initiative. So even though, and I do agree with with our prior speaker, that if you're the oversight member or board, you want to have a finite universe of things that you need to do. You're not the government. You are overseeing the government. However, the task that has been put before you is incredibly large and unique. So, a few distinctions that I've listed here, the differences between Detroit and Puerto Rico. The first is Detroit, even though it was large, and you were dealing with, at that time, the largest municipal restructuring in US history. There was $18 billion worth of debt, very large amount of debt. But that pales in comparison to the amount of debt and underfunding that Puerto Rico is facing. You've got 70 billion plus of bondholder and other government debt, plus about $40 to $45 million in pension underfunding and what we call OPEB obligations, other post-employment benefits. So the size of this is very different. I mentioned before that in contrast to a single municipality, you've got Commonwealth level and you've got multiple municipalities, not just the towns, but whether it is PREPA or another one of the government entities. Secondly, and this is I think a very important point, the constitutional issues are going to come up. They're already, in terms of how you address some of this debt, what sort of powers, in fact, what the government can do going forward. In Detroit, you had a state constitution and you had a federal constitution, and that provided a structure of what could be done. Here you have the Puerto Rican Constitution, and I've heard some issues being raised about what is, valid provisions or not because of translation issues back when the Constitution was formed. Those are issues that people are going to address and they're going to look at. Second, another issue, and I think this is important to recognize, Detroit and even was a single emergency manager. Promesa has 7 members, a board, and that creates a new and different dynamic. One of the things that I do quite a bit of is committee work. And committees are usually 7 members, sometimes more, sometimes less, but they're usually 7 members. And they come at the problem in different ways. They have different interests. Now, this is a little different because the members of this oversight board presumably don't have a financial stake directly in trying to maximize recovery. But they will be looking at this from a different perspective. And so it's going to be very important for these people to work together well, that they hire staff who can help them understand each other, and that they get rowing in the same direction. So that's an interesting dynamic. Another point that I think is a very important distinction, if something goes into court, it is not going in front of a bankruptcy judge. It will be going in front of a district court judge. If it's a Commonwealth bankruptcy, a judge selected by the Chief Justice of the United States. If it is a instrumentality, a lower level municipal bankruptcy, it can be somebody from the circuit who appoints. Now, why is that important? Why is that an important distinction? The reason is that bankruptcy judges typically look at problems much more differently than do district court judges. Bankruptcy courts are courts of equity, so they look at problem solving in that way. A district court judge may be more focused on what does the law actually say? Both what does Promesa say, what do the provisions of the bankruptcy code say, and I think that will create a different type of environment and negotiating environment as you are walking through these problems. Another distinction is state oversight versus federal oversight and the state support versus the Commonwealth support. In Detroit, it was very clear that the state was very supportive of what Detroit was doing, and they provided the means to do it. They were a partner with the city and the emergency manager In fact, one would say that the governor and his staff really, helped create the law and created who the emergency manager would be. Here you have a very different dynamic, and this is a very sensitive point, where you have the Commonwealth government and the Oversight Board, and how they get along is going to dictate the speed of how things get resolved, how they get resolved, and cooperation is going to be critical there. But there may be political forces at work, or people may see it to their advantage not to cooperate. And that is an unfortunate reality, but politics are at play. And if I could stress one other point, which makes these very unique, unlike other restructurings, this is front and center a political process. Everybody comes to the table with politics in mind. There are politics always going on, and you have to keep that in mind. Another important distinction here is that in Detroit, the financial interests really weren't of the community. They were typical investors, but not principally from Detroit itself. And so politically speaking, if you're the mayor looking at the situation, who votes? It's not typically the bondholders. It is the people who live and work in your community. In Puerto Rico, there is a distinction, though. I think there is a large segment of the Puerto Rican community that holds bonds, a large portion of the bonds which are held by Puerto Ricans, and that is very important, and that's going to add something to this dynamic, which you did not see in Detroit. A few other points, and then I'm going to hit a couple of other high points and turn it over to my colleague. Unlike Detroit, which had incredible blight, and if you haven't been there, I think Marty Kopaz is in the audience, and she saw it, I saw it. There's no exaggeration. There were wild dogs roaming the streets of Detroit. There would be block upon block where there would be one house standing and everything else would be laying in ruins. It looked like a scene. I wouldn't even describe it as a third world country, because that's an insult to the third world. It was like a bombed out city. I've never seen anything like that. Puerto Rico is very different. The thing that impressed me the most coming down here the first time and then the second time is that there is still a sense of hope in Puerto Rico. It's a beautiful place. I want to come and vacation in Puerto Rico. I don't want to vacation in Detroit. Wonderful people in Detroit, but it's not where you want to go. So you're facing this problem. It's a big problem, but I think that you have a real advantage over Detroit in that people want to be here, people want to make this work. So I've talked about the big things. This is a much bigger population, 3.5 million versus 700,000 in Detroit. The other point I'd like to make is that in Detroit, the case moved incredibly quickly because of mediators. And it was a very interesting mediation structure. You had the chief judge of the district as the chief mediator. So in bankruptcy world, you have the bankruptcy court who sits under the district court. The district court judge of Detroit ran the mediation. So anything you wanted to appeal, and in bankruptcy you appeal up to the district court, would go to this guy. And since he was a mediator, and he had other people who were judges as mediators, it effectively created this situation where you were in that mediation and you knew that was your place to get resolution, because you weren't going to be appealing up anytime soon. This is a different environment, at least so far. Now, the use of mediators may come into play here. It was the use of mediation, actually, which drove that process to be done in 18 months. And people will criticize the amount of how that mediation may have occurred. There were a lot of broken arms being twisted, but it got a situation resolved within 18 months at a lot less cost than otherwise would have occurred. So those are the major distinction points. I just want to touch on a couple of other points, and then I'm going to turn it over. Let me talk about, for a second, the debt structure, because in Detroit you had $18 billion. Half of that was owed to the retirees. Now, the dirty secret about Detroit is that, yeah, there were pension issues, but the pension obligations were very well funded. Basically, you had two pension funds, one for general service employees, the other for police and fire. They were funded 75% and 85% respectively. So the deficit, relatively speaking, was small. What really drove Detroit over the edge was the amount of health care costs that were occurring on an annual basis, $140 million. And what we did in that case is we had to bring down that amount from $140 a year to $30 million a year. And we had to use some very creative tools to do it. But what you had is a very large underfunding. Here, you've got about $72 billion of debt and $40 million worth of, $40 billion, excuse me, of the underfunded pension, $40 to $40 billion. Some other points I think everybody we've talked about, litigation. We are facing, this board is going to be facing a wall of litigation to assess. And how it deals with that, whether it intervenes, why it intervenes or not, is going to be very important for them. In Detroit, they didn't face that. So those are the major distinctions just on the surface. Just 4 points to highlight again. At bottom, this is a political process. That is going to drive this restructuring. In Detroit, the most valuable asset that they had was an art museum. That was deemed to be untouchable. But the city did use other assets to help satisfy debt. In addition, in Detroit, states and charities contributed to help resolve the problem. I don't know if you're going to see that from the federal government. I will note that in DC, the problem was solved when the federal government picked up the pension liability of the District of Columbia. It was $4 billion. And then finally, the heavy use of mediators. So those were my points.
Thank you, Sam. Well, I'm going to focus. Promesa gives the board, and by giving it to the board, to the government of Puerto Rico, I think I have one, thank you. And that refers to the fact that under Chapter 9 of the Bankruptcy Code, which is the code that allows, or the chapter that allows a city like Detroit or a city like New York to file a proceeding for reorganization, Puerto Rico was excluded from Chapter 9, number one. So the first thing that the government of Puerto Rico and the Treasury were trying to do was to amend the bankruptcy code to allow the municipalities, the agencies, to file for Chapter 9. Number two, even under the existing bankruptcy code, the states that can have their agencies or their municipalities file for bankruptcy, even in those states, the states themselves cannot file. So even though the city of Detroit can do a Chapter 9 reorganization under the bankruptcy code, the state of Michigan would not be able to file. So Puerto Rico was asking for two things. One, amend Chapter 9 to allow the agencies to file, and then give me what was called a super Chapter 9, which is give me something that the states don't have, which is the ability of the central government to file for reorganization and to adjust debts. And what Promesa has done is given the board exactly that type of authority, the ability to have an agency filed, but also the ability to have the central government of Puerto Rico file as well. Number two, it has given, in a sense, more power than what you have under Chapter 9, because Promesa incorporates a lot of the concepts of business reorganizations, the ability to affect or confirm plans over the objection of creditors that are not necessarily applicable in a Chapter 9. So if the board were to decide that it wanted to pursue a reorganization in court of an agency of Puerto Rico, there are a few things that have to happen before the agency can file a petition, or the board can file it on behalf of the agency. Number one, the board has to certify that the agency has engaged in what is called good faith negotiations with the creditors aimed at attempting to reach an agreement outside of court. And that is key because an agency could not file without at least having to attempt to negotiate first, attempt to do an agreement outside of court. This is similar to Chapter 9. Once the board certifies that and the agency or the government of Puerto Rico desires to adjust its debts, only the board can file a petition. If a petition is filed, there can be objections to an agency filing for reorganization, but the objections cannot be filed until 120 days after the bankruptcy case is filed. One of the things Sam and I were talking about before the conference is, in a lot of Chapter 9s, a lot of times the objection is to one of the elements that I mentioned before. Did the agency engage in negotiations with the creditors? Were the negotiations good faith? Should it be able to file now, or should it work it out outside of court? Once they decide that a case can be filed, it has to be filed in the federal district court, either in Puerto Rico, or if the board chooses and it meets certain criteria, it can also be filed at a district court where the board has an office outside of Puerto Rico. The judge, I'll go through it quickly, Sam mentioned that already. It can be a district court judge from anywhere in the nation, appointed only for this case. And one of the reasons that people like Sam and I are involved in this process is most of the rules that are going to apply in these proceedings are the same rules from the bankruptcy code and the bankruptcy rules of procedure. When you look at Promesa, it incorporates a substantial number of provisions from the bankruptcy code as to how the process is going to run, what type of plans can be filed, the requirements for confirmation, the powers of the debtor or the board. All of them are, or most of them are, incorporated directly from the bankruptcy code and the rules of bankruptcy procedure. Now, once a petition is filed, there are some material powers that the agency or the government of Puerto Rico, the entity that is part of the process, has through the board. And I'll go through them quickly, but I think the ones I'm going to discuss are probably going to affect anyone here that has transactions with the government or has transactions with the entity that ends up filing, if any. Number one, if an entity files, there's an automatic stay imposed immediately that essentially prohibits any creditor, any claimant, anyone that is owed monies by the entity from attempting to collect, attempting to enforce, filing an action, even sending letters saying you owe me $100,000 from last month and you filed today. Even that cannot be done. So if a company files, all amounts that are due prior to the date of filing by that entity, no creditor can attempt to collect, can attempt to enforce, can file an action to get paid, unless and until that creditor goes to the court where the case is pending and obtains an order from that court lifting the automatic stay. So that is a powerful provision incorporated from the bankruptcy code and meant to provide a breathing spell to that entity that filed to have some time to negotiate, propose a plan without having creditors file actions and attempt to foreclose or collect. Number two, the entity that files has the ability to raise capital and obtain and grant the lender a lien that could, in some scenarios, trump and be senior to the liens of creditors as of the date of filing. So if you have an agency that has, loans with banks or financial institutions or other secure parties, as part of the bankruptcy case, that entity could get a loan with rights and security interests that are first in priority to those that existed prior to the bankruptcy filing. And I'm generalizing what are very complicated concepts in bankruptcy, because there are certainly obstacles and thresholds that have to be met, but it's certainly one of the powers that could be available. Number 3, Promesa incorporates, in a sense, the priority scheme that exists under the bankruptcy code as to who gets paid first, what, and who gets paid second and third. Number 1, you have payments to creditors that have collateral up to the value of the collateral. Those creditors get paid first from the value of their collateral up to the value of their collateral. Then you have what is called administrative claims, which is creditors that loaned money, provided services, or are owed amounts due as part of the reorganization, as part of the petition. Those are paid second. Priority claims, certain claims from agencies are paid third. And then you have sort of the bucket, the unsecured claims, everyone that was owed monies as of the date of the filing of the agency and that don't have collateral, they are put in the last bucket. And similar to a bankruptcy proceeding, the recoveries there are uncertain. Number 4, parties that have contracts with the agency that files. The concepts of executory contracts are incorporated here in the, from the bankruptcy code, which means very generally that if you have a contract with the entity that files as of the date of filing, it is very likely that that contract is going to be considered an executory contract. And what that means generally is that the entity could reject the contract, which means terminate it, and if it is rejected and terminated, the claims that the other party to the contract has are going to be put in that last bucket, the unsecured claim bucket, where recoveries are uncertain. The entity that files could also decide to keep the contract, assume it, then you have to cure outstanding defaults, or the entity could decide to assume the contract, keep it, and assign it to someone else. So generally 3 main powerful tools that the board, on behalf of the entity that files, could do with the contracts of that entity. Finally, and this I'll mention only briefly, once a case is filed, the avoidance action provisions from the bankruptcy code are incorporated, which generally means that the board, on behalf of the entity that files, could see if creditors receive preferential payments in the 90 days prior to the case, try to recover them, see if there were fraudulent transfers that were made not on account of reasonably equivalent value. Essentially gives the board the ability to examine prior transfers prior to the date of filing, and with some tools recover those transfers from the entities that received them. Finally, if the entity is in bankruptcy, the way that the entity would emerge from bankruptcy through the board is really one of 2 options. Either the case is dismissed, or the board confirms a plan of adjustments of debts. Only the board can propose the plan. The plan has to classify the claims of creditors more or less along the buckets that I mentioned before: secure claims, administrative, priority, claims that have different rights to collateral, different rights against the entity that filed, are typically classified separately. The board solicits votes. Typically, either you get all classes to accept, or even if you don't get all classes to accept, and you have some classes of creditors that reject the plan, even in those scenarios, the plan can be confirmed. The requirements for confirmation, I'll go through it quickly. The plan has to be feasible. There has to be some viability into what is being proposed, the payments that are being promised, versus the reality of the agency, the ability to generate revenues. It has to be compliant with the fiscal plan approved by the board. Creditors to receive at least the amount or more than they would receive if no bankruptcy case had been filed, if no petition had been filed. and liquidation had ensued, or the creditors had exercised their remedies outside of court. And it incorporates what is generally referred to as the cram down provisions from the bankruptcy code, where a plan could be confirmed that binds creditors, binds parties, even if not everyone accepted it and not everyone agreed to it. And those those tools that we have just summarized that are very complex, a lot of them are involve decisions over 100 years from bankruptcy cases through the US, interpreting what each of these concepts mean. Those are very powerful tools given to the board in the event that the board chooses that reorganization outside of court is not feasible, to restructure and adjust the debts of agencies or the government of Puerto Rico. And I think we have a few minutes that we can take questions if anyone from the...
And success, begs the question, but I do think it will be successful. I think there will be a lot of hard-fought battles. If anybody thinks this is going to happen easily or people are going to roll over, look outside. But I think that at the end of the day, there is no choice. Puerto Rico is too important. This issue is very important to people on the mainland, and I think that there's just too much promise to have here. So I'm very optimistic that things will succeed. It will be tough, it will take time, but it will happen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, they've appointed the 7?
No, check your email when you get back to your table.
Great.
We have a board.
So there is a board. Maybe they're listening. Okay.
Yeah.
There is some guidance given how pensioners have held up, like in Illinois and elsewhere. Just curious if you have a view, COFINA over, which is a statutory
Sure.
lien versus, say, the GOs, or, and how do you kind of reconcile the various legal claims?
That is a very important question. Without an easy answer, and I do think the battle lines are already being drawn about, where the priorities lie, whether certain issuances were proper or not proper. The interesting question is the oversight board going to weigh in on that, or are they going to let the parties duke it out?
Right,
I think it's likely the latter, but nobody wants to presume what this board's going to do, and they shouldn't presume.
Right. We're all big boys in here. I'm just trying.
Yeah.
And I think that speaks to what Matt said earlier, how the control board is not going to try to play hero here, kind of let the bondholders duke it out. And are there any provisions within Promesa that prevent, if there's a stay on litigation against the Commonwealth, but does that prevent a bondholder from suing, you can conceive the GO group going after COFINA?
You mean like an intercreditor stay provision? I didn't see anything directly on that. No. There is the automatic stay, but that only affects the Commonwealth.
Right. There is an automatic stay in place now that has very few, some limitations, focused mainly on bond debt. But the automatic stay that I mentioned before, that is the broader stay, would only apply for the entity that filed. The only thing I would add to the question that you posed earlier is, I agree with Sam. There's very little guidance in Promesa as to how different priorities are going to be respected. There is 1 or 2 sentences there that just says that they're going to, essentially, I'm speaking from memory, respect the legal priorities as they may exist. Something like that. Very vague, very simple, but I agree. It's something that is going to be, one of the major issues decided in any out-of-court or in-court restructuring.
Thank you very much.
think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. San Alberts and Attorney Luis Marini for your excellent presentation and orientation from Promesa. Well, let's start in panel number 1, is the Puerto Rico Recovery Plan Economic Development. For that theme, I want to invite the moderator of this panel, is Mr. Jose Izquierdo Encarnacion, former president of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce. Pepe.
Good morning. Are we awake? Yep. There's still some coffee, some pastry here in the back, and juice. Unfortunately, due to the protest that we still have out there, 2 of our panelists will not be here. I would like to invite Antonio Fernosa Javier. Where is he? Here he is. And I would like to invite Chamber of Commerce Hector Mayol to come here. We are going to present Antonio first, who was the 3rd speaker of the panel. And then we have the slides from Mr. Villamil, who could not make it. Both of them tried to get into the hotel, but could not make it. And I think it's very important that we discuss the last 10 slides of Mr. Villamil's presentation, which give us a perspective of his prediction of what would be the consequences and influence of Promesa. So let's start with Don Antonio to make his presentation, and we'll wait for you. Yes, please, so that you can see the slides. You cannot see them from back here.
Esa no es la presentación, ¿viste? Esa es la de Joaco. Esa sí. Okay. Good morning. Yes, this is my presentation. They kind of asked me to comply with all the rules, but I certainly will not. So I will change, it wouldn't be me. So it is what it is. So my presentation is in English for those culturally challenged, but I'm going to speak en español. Habemos como 100 aquí, de los cuales más o menos como 50 somos bastante jíbaros, así que si no dejamos la mancha de plátano en la entrada, porque vamos a estar hablando en inglés. Pero el clicker funciona, ¿verdad, Pepe? Sí, ok, vamos a ver. Pues miren, la verdad es que el clima económico no está en su mejor momento. Aquí pues todo se hace por la izquierda. Siempre hay que tener a alguien para poder tener acceso a lo que se supone que sea hacer las cosas bien. Así que todo lo que vaya a resolver tiene que hacerlo, como dice la presentación, through the cracks. El Estado, el gobierno, se ve como botín de guerra para el saqueo. La ética no está pasando por su mejor momento. Y lo que pasa es que tenemos un aparato gubernamental altamente ineficiente, el cual entiende que el público trabaja para ellos y ellos no para el público. Así que definitivamente para algunos, pues la corrupción y la falta de ética es parte de su modelo de negocio. No tengo que decirle lo que está pasando en los últimos 3 días en el Tribunal Federal. Sin embargo, lo que necesitamos sobre todo es un crecimiento económico que sea endógeno, de adentro hacia afuera. Y eso implica que tengamos una economía solidaria, sustentable y sostenible. A esos efectos, pues tengo que entonces pasar por el proceso de, como profesor de economía, repasar unos conceptos básicos de cómo se mide la economía, para que sepamos qué en realidad, cuando hacemos las cosas, qué pasa y dónde se registra. Así que economía 101 en algunos sitios, ¿no? La ecuación identidad del Producto Bruto, desde el punto de vista del gasto, se representa con la ecuación que tienen en pantalla, que es el Producto Bruto. En el caso de Puerto Rico es el Producto Nacional Bruto, puede ser el Producto Interno Bruto, no importa, porque la actividad sigue siendo la misma. Y la verdad es que el ingreso pues proviene y se divide por el lado del gasto en lo que es consumo privado, que en los últimos años estamos viendo una merma anual progresiva. También tenemos los gastos de gobierno, que más vale que sigan bajando, por lo tanto tiene signo negativo en los últimos años. Tenemos inversión privada, que para mi sorpresa es lo único que más o menos tiene signo positivo. Es asintóticamente igual a cero, pero es positivo, así que algo está pasando. Gracias a Dios el sector privado no está esperando, o gracias a Dios dejó de esperar por el gobierno para hacer los capital expenditures que tenía que hacer. Y sobre todo pues tenemos signo positivo en las exportaciones netas, que básicamente es gracias al transfer pricing, por lo que entra con un valor y sale y se exporta por un valor. Así que en términos de cantidad no necesariamente lo que se exporta es más que lo que se importa, pero como el valor de las exportaciones es mayor al valor de las importaciones, pues los net exports tienen signo positivo, y tenemos sobre todo en esa ecuación dos símbolos positivos, pero esa tasa de crecimiento no es, en términos de valor absoluto, no es lo suficientemente grande para compensar con los valores negativos que tienen el gasto de gobierno y no tener su efecto multiplicador, y sobre todo el gasto de consumo personal, que está decreciendo y no hace que las ventas de la gente puedan llegar a sus expectativas. Así que, ¿qué podemos hacer entonces para el crecimiento económico? Bueno, para el crecimiento económico lo que tenemos que hacer es sobre todo activar la economía real y no necesariamente el consumo privado, sobre todo por el lado de la inversión. Y en la inversión sobre todo es importante decir que es en capital, pero también puede ser capital humano. A esos efectos tenemos pues definitivamente unos retos muy grandes en este país. Estamos en un momento, desde mi punto de vista, en lo que se llama secular stagnation. Hay un nivel mínimo de acumulación de capital en las empresas. No se están haciendo las ampliaciones que debíamos haber hecho, o si se están haciendo en una escala mucho menor. La innovación está completamente amarrada precisamente en función de la no disposición del capital necesario para llevar a cabo esta innovación. Y sobre todo tenemos una población que con el paso del tiempo cada vez es más envejeciente, y son más los viejos dentro de la población general. El crecimiento puede que se vaya a mover en la posición positiva, pero va a ser de todas maneras, en lo que esto se arregle en el panorama de Puerto Rico, va a ser muy lento. La inflación es una cosa que está muy controlada, por lo tanto el efecto en otros temas, sobre todo que hemos visto en Latinoamérica en los años 80, en las ex repúblicas soviéticas, después de la perestroika y el glasnost y esto lo otro, la inflación fue un issue muy grande. Ese problema en Puerto Rico no lo tenemos. La inflación, por un lado, medida por el índice de precios al consumidor, está sumamente bajo control. Lo que pasa es que a los economistas nos gusta trabajar con los deflactores del Producto Bruto, y las estadísticas no nos están ayudando. Yo en este momento voy a hacer eco, voy a citar, y tengo permiso de él, del doctor José Alameda del Colegio de Mayagüez, que dice que desde que él tiene uso de razón le están diciendo que se van a cumplir 3 cosas. 1, que Fidel se va a morir, que el estatus de Puerto Rico se va a resolver y que la calidad de las estadísticas de la Junta de Planificación van a mejorar. Lo llamé hace como 2 semanas y le dije, oye, las 3 están a punto de darse, ten cuidado. Pero todavía we're not there yet. Creo que el mensaje, sobre todo por lo que nos trae aquí con la ley Promesa, es un mensaje a la clase política del país diciendo, nos fallaron, you have failed. Y por favor, dado que fallaron, dejen de estar haciendo cosas a destiempo como si la economía de Puerto Rico fuese una piñata mexicana. Quédense tranquilos. En este momento es donde único yo he querido correr para gobernador, porque literalmente voy a estar de vacaciones en Fortaleza por 4 años. No van a poder hacer nada. O por lo menos van a poder cambiarle el nombre a las calles. No hay ningún problema con que una avenida se llame Avenida Mónica Puig y ese tipo de cosas. Yo estoy a favor del Día de las Madres y de la paz mundial. Pero eso no estamos aquí para ir a reunirnos en la playa, hacer una fogata y cantar Kumbaya. Promesa no puede ser considerada como una herramienta de desarrollo económico. No lo es. Y mientras tanto, todo lo que se esté moviendo, ya sea a nivel local o a nivel del Congreso, sea dado por la clase política, tenemos que entender que que hijo de tigre sale rayado. Por lo tanto, todo lo que sea político va a ser político por naturaleza. Por lo tanto, todas las cuestiones a la hora de hacer el pecking order, en términos ordinales de los administradores que vengan, también va a tener su elemento político. Así que nosotros aquí tenemos que ser un estilo resistencia para que en el orden de las cosas, por fin tratemos de ver cómo podemos establecer un orden que haga sentido para que la economía eche para adelante. Tenemos unos retos, obviamente ya ustedes los conocen, pero tenemos lo que se llama ya el Financial Conundrum. Y es que Puerto Rico, sobre todo en los mercados de capital, que no se han cerrado, lo que pasa es que al precio que nos ofrecen el financiamiento, gracias a Dios que aquí derogaron la ley de usura, pero ¿se puede coger prestado? Claro que sí, pero ¿cuál es el precio? No sería adecuado. Y en realidad Puerto Rico, en su perfil como emisor de deuda, nadie nos quiere, porque somos slow by habit and by nature. Somos demasiado lentos para adoptar cosas que debemos hacer, reformas estructurales que debimos haber hecho hace años, y sobre todo, llegamos tarde y no con todo el dinero en la mano. Por eso pongo always a buck short and a day late. En términos de administración del Estado, mucho que desear, y estamos subutilizando lo que se llama en economía monopsonic market power. Mucha gente me dice, ¿no será monopoly market power? Y yo, bueno, lo que pasa es que el monopolio es un solo productor, y eso en algunas cosas sí Puerto Rico lo tiene como cuestión de Estado. Pero Puerto Rico tiene lo que también se llama poder del comprador único. Si lo digo así, mucha gente dice, sí, es verdad. Pues eso se llama en economía monopsonic market power. Estamos subutilizando los precios que nuestros suplidores nos dan. Lo que pasa es que como nos tardamos tanto en pagarle a nuestros suplidores, si es que les pagamos, hay una prima de riesgo que todo aquel que haya cogido una clase de inversiones en su vida sabe que hay un risk premium en este tipo de cosas. Y eso es lo que entra, por eso es que casi todas las cosas tienen un precio por encima de lo que debe ser. No, eso te lo debo a ti. Tercer punto, Puerto Rico también se ha dedicado a estudiar todas las leyes, todas las reglas y todos los reglamentos para ver cómo puede escabullirse de alguna subinciso en un footnote de lo que sea para no cumplir con sus obligaciones en algunos de los casos. Y entonces nos ven como un terms chaser. No hay manera. Es que llega un momento que usted dice, es que cada vez que hago negocio contigo pasa algo. Pues ¿sabes qué? No quiero hacer negocios contigo. En términos de la banca, eso se llama extinguir mi riesgo. Pásalo a workout, sácalo cuando termine, y si tienes que llamar al préstamo, llámalo, sácalo. No lo quiero en la cartera. Y entonces llega el momento que hemos visto que los administradores del Estado han estado con este grito patriótico a hacer lo que ellos mismos han juramentado en la Biblia a cumplir, que se llama la Constitución, y no han querido estar cumpliendo la Constitución. Claro, yo no sé qué vale en este momento la Constitución de Puerto Rico, porque Promesa usurpa poderes constitucionales de las 3 ramas de gobierno, y pues eso pasa cuando somos colonia. Hay gente que se bebió el Kool-Aid y decidió que esto era un país con funciones cuasi soberanas, y pues esos tendrán la peor crisis de estos momentos, porque es una crisis de identidad. Pues mire, está bien, pero eso no es problema mío. El país tiene que seguir. Así que hacer este llamado patriótico, casi llamado a las armas, y querer que nosotros estemos de acuerdo con él, me parece que no está al nivel que nosotros nos merecemos. Me parece oportuno, sobre todo, que en este libro, que es un clásico de Ed Morsman, es viejísimo, debe tener como 30 años ya, todo préstamo que está en proceso, ¿no?, de algo en workout, pues tiene 5 zonas o 5 compartimientos, y yo creo que Puerto Rico en este momento, hace 1 año y medio, estábamos en el Twilight Zone, no sabíamos lo que iba a pasar, pero después de la aprobación de la ley Promesa, pues ya sabemos qué es, y en realidad estamos en lo que yo entiendo que es lo que Ed Morsman trabaja como el Cap Fair Zone. Es una zona que estamos tratando de ver, haciendo inventario de todo, a ver qué es vendible y por qué precio, para entonces ver cuál es la prioridad en términos de nuestras obligaciones para liquidar lo que sea liquidable. No estamos en el Titanic Zone. El Titanic Zone es tirarlo a pérdida completo. Todavía entiendo que hay espacio para mejorar. Todavía la ley Promesa tenemos espacio para mejorarla, y mucho. Y obviamente deberíamos estar buscando cuáles son aquellas áreas que queremos enmendar, porque una enmienda siempre se puede trabajar en una ley. Así que lo que tenemos que aunar esfuerzos es en trabajar cuáles son las enmiendas, ponernos de acuerdo, ir como una sola voz y tratar de trabajar enmiendas que entendamos que trabajan para nosotros y no nosotros para ellas. Sobre todo, y le quiero llamar la atención a lo que está en amarillo, si esto no se resuelve en términos de qué va a pasar, que haya visibilidad, entiendo que hace como 1 hora salieron los nombres que van a estar finalmente en la Junta, cosa que de todas maneras no me preocupa. A mí no me preocupa quiénes son los que van a estar en la Junta, quien más me preocupa es quién va a ser director ejecutivo o director ejecutivo, y cuál va a ser su equipo de trabajo, porque nos estamos jugando que si queremos desarrollo económico, nos contraten a nosotros que somos de aquí para que el gasto y la inversión se quede en Puerto Rico y no necesariamente se vaya a contratar firmas de consultoría, abogados, contables, economistas, contables no, contadores, fuera de Puerto Rico. Así que lo que tenemos es el reto, es que el equipo de trabajo de la directora ejecutiva o del director ejecutivo de Promesa es que hagan el local hiring, para que ese conocimiento se quede aquí y esta gente se pueda ir lo antes posible. Así que de todas formas esto no puede pasar sin que Puerto Rico, como emisor, como país y como pueblo, tenemos que asumir nuestra responsabilidad, porque el lack of accountability es lo que nos tiene aquí. La deuda en este momento, yo entiendo y siempre he dicho que es pagable. Lo que pasa es que los vencimientos de muchas de esas emisiones es imposible de cumplir. Pues vamos a reestructurar. Pero es que no toda la deuda es igual. Una cuestión es el Fondo General, otras son las emisiones de otra gente que tienen al Fondo General como codeudor solidario. Hay corporaciones públicas que no tienen ningún problema de repago porque tienen todo el dinero rebosante para pagarlo, sobre todo en el caso de Cofina. Hay otras corporaciones públicas que están hace años quebradas y nunca debieron haber emitido deuda. Nunca. Hay corporaciones públicas que no se justifica que existan. Sin embargo, una reestructuración en ningún momento compulsoriamente implica que va a haber condonación de principal ni condonación de intereses. Esto es cuestión de buscar una reestructuración que sea hábil para todo el mundo y con un calendario de pagos que se pueda hacer. Sobre todo porque teniendo son múltiples emisores, donde cada emisor tiene distintos rangos. Y cuando se trabaje con las disposiciones sobre todo de la sección 300 de la ley Promesa, no necesariamente el rango que tenía mucha gente lo va a seguir teniendo. Esto entra muy probablemente a un pulpote, y si usted era senior debt en alguna emisión, usted puede perder ese rango, porque nada de eso pasa pari passu a la nueva entidad cuando la gente que corra este proceso bajo cumplimiento con la ley Promesa le va a necesariamente a ser honrado. Sobre todo cuando tenemos entonces la Asamblea Legislativa creando leyes a destiempo que lo que hacen es obstaculizar el trabajo, o no sería lo mismo el best practices, ¿no? Para entonces trabajar con las órdenes ejecutivas que vienen, que lo que hacen sobre todo es entorpecer el funcionamiento de muchas cosas, y me imagino es que por eso Promesa dice que puede obviar algunas leyes de aquí, pero empecemos por el artículo 6, sección 8 de la Constitución, que dice que el primer término, el pago, son de intereses y principal, y después lo que haya estado establecido por ley. Vamos entonces a empezar a pagar. Vamos, en los mercados financieros uno tiene que tener confianza, si no, no se puede hacer nada. Hace unos meses el Banco de la Reserva de Nueva York hizo esta tabla, y es la mejor tabla que yo he visto al presente, de cómo es la estructura de la deuda por emisores, entre qué tiene lo que se supone que sea garantía constitucional, independientemente sean obligaciones generales o no, y sobre todo cuáles son la deuda que es de municipios, la deuda que es de corporaciones públicas. Y ahí vemos que en última instancia lo que no, porque se dijo aquí y es de conocimiento público, aun cuando a Puerto Rico le hubiesen dado acceso a la ley de quiebra, todo lo que es obligaciones generales no aplica. Por lo tanto, cuando vemos qué es lo que pudiese estar bajo fuera de ese alcance, escasamente son 18, 20 billones de dólares. Es que el problema no es ahí. El problema no es ahí, son en aquellas corporaciones públicas que están insolventes hace años, y se creía que esto iba a seguir siendo un scoop and toss, y como todo Ponzi scheme, en algún momento alguien tiene que pagar. De igual forma, en términos de la composición de esa deuda, para el año 2017 el debt service son casi 4 billones de dólares, y el presupuesto, que nadie sabe, yo no sé ni qué pasó con el presupuesto de este año, me imagino que como ya estamos en este año, pues rige el del año pasado, pero que a esos efectos tampoco el servicio de la deuda, ni siquiera creo que la partida de servicio de la deuda son escasamente 230 millones de dólares, y eso solamente para el presupuesto del Fondo General de los 9.1 billones. Y de ese presupuesto de 9.1 billones de dólares, casi 4.5 es nómina, o sea que es gasto fijo. No hay la capacidad, y aquí es donde yo entiendo sobre todo que Promesa no es una herramienta de desarrollo económico si es que no viene acompañado de algún tipo de ayuda en términos monetarios, porque es imposible, no hay manera de costear esto, ni siquiera la deuda, ni siquiera los gastos fijos, mucho menos un cheque en blanco de lo que valga ejecutar todo lo que la administración de la ley Promesa venga. Así que si solamente en el caso de las obligaciones generales el debt service para el año 2007 son 1.1 billones de dólares, de ahí es que debemos entonces empezar a crear la buena fe y empezar a trabajar con los acreedores diciendo: yo estoy aquí, te voy a pagar, tengo un problema, vamos a atenderlo, pero tiene que haber confianza. Por otro lado, hay una cosa que todo el mundo ha pasado por desapercibido, y es que además de que el acceso a crédito es uno de los pilares para el desarrollo económico y el crecimiento económico, muy pocas veces vemos cuánto nos cuesta estas emisiones. Yo me metí en Bloomberg, parte de la investigación, digo, pues vamos a ver en realidad cuánto cuesta esto. ¿Estamos Puerto Rico pagando nuestro justo precio por nuestro justo riesgo? Bueno, pues en este tipo de instrumentos de deuda, no necesariamente la tasa del cupón nos dice cuál es el costo de la emisión, sino el true interest cost, que incluye todo, cuánto fue el precio de la transacción, incluyendo la tasa del cupón. y en una de los años del 2000 al 2014 cogió una muestra de eso de distintas ciudades, como ustedes las ven ahí, y de repente veo que todas las emisiones de Puerto Rico son significativamente carísimas al lado de otras ciudades que inclusive están teniendo problemas. Que en el mismo nivel, ¿ok?, como decimos los economistas, ¿no?, todo lo demás quedándose igual. No sabemos si hay, lo que digo, can we claim a causal link de todo esto, cuando el promedio de estas emisiones es 1% de 4.2%. San Juan está por lo menos 100 bases puntos por encima. O sea, ¿qué está pasando? Esto es casi moral hazard. En términos de las oportunidades, hay que empezar diciendo todo lo que hay en el gobierno que es difícil y decir que usted necesita un gestor para hacer cualquier cosa. Pues me cuesta trabajo que un oficio o una profesión sea gestor o que haya que buscar a alguien para bregar con la permisología. Pues tenemos que bregar con el negativo, que es la destrabatología. Aquí todo tiene que ser mucho más sencillo. Este país es demasiado pequeño para ser tan difícil todo. Y esto empieza a todos los niveles, no solamente a nivel de gobierno. Así que tenemos que buscar sobre todo consolidación, y estoy hablando en las 3 ramas de gobierno. Hay que buscar la reestructuración de la deuda, no hay de otra. El acceso al crédito a través de aquellos que son parte y forman intermediarios en el mercado, tienen que ayudar a aquellos que quieran hacer la inversión privada en términos de capital expenditures, sobre todo en sectores de alto valor añadido como son en tecnología. Tenemos que entrar más de frente, con mucha más inversión en términos de energías renovables. No podemos desaparecer, no podemos dejar lo que queda lánguido y dejar desaparecer la agricultura. Sobre todo cuando nosotros somos de los mejores en la exportación de servicios financieros. Vamos a seguir dando cátedra. Pues, ¿cuáles son los key drivers? Miren, empecemos porque el acceso a las estadísticas es bien difícil y las estadísticas que hay no necesariamente son veraces. Así que tenemos que empezar teniendo información fidedigna que no necesariamente se recoge en el CAFE. Hay mucha más información de estadística que necesitamos que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver un documento que venga con un sello de un CPA. Hay que trabajar con cosas para medir la inequidad, la redistribución del ingreso y sobre todo medidas que trabajen con la redistribución de la riqueza. Eso sí es desarrollo económico. Dejemos de estar buscando crecimiento económico, sobre todo como si la economía de Puerto Rico fuese un casino. No nos podemos centrar en los mercados financieros porque el mercado financiero es un eslabón a la economía real. Pero la economía real, si aquí todo el mundo deja de trabajar, ¿de qué vamos a vivir? Llevamos 40 años pensando que Puerto Rico es un peaje y mientras la gente pase, cobramos. Y si dejan de pasar, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Aquí la gente tiene que seguir trabajando. Aquí es donde mis hijas van a la escuela. Usted va al cine aquí. Usted compra leche y pan aquí. En días recientes, todos los huevos que se desperdician por cosas que la gente no se aprueba de decirlo. Pero cuando yo veo los titulares, leo y escucho y digo, pero si eso es dumping. Dumping de huevo. Ya tuvimos de pollo, pero no decimos nada. Sobre todo cuando ya la política monetaria no puede ser más acomodaticia para nosotros. El risk premium que tiene Puerto Rico en los mercados ya no se subsana con política monetaria acomodaticia. La política monetaria ya está agotada tanto en Estados Unidos como en Japón y en Europa. No podemos seguir haciendo esto. Sobre todo hay que trabajar con incentivos reales al sector real, no lo que se llama en economía incentivos perversos, donde sigamos pregonando el trickle down economics, que está más que probado que no existe tal cosa como el éxito del trickle down economics. Tiene que haber una reforma tributaria, sí, pero es que tiene que revisarse todo. No es cuestión de las tasas, no es cuestión del crédito, es cuestión de todo. Tenemos también, obviamente, áreas de crecimiento. Miren, Puerto Rico no está quebrado. El gobierno lo está. Pero Puerto Rico no está quebrado, es que hay mucha gente que no para de trabajar y le está saliendo muy bien. Pues miren, dejen de esperar por el gobierno. Cuando llegue el gobierno, decirle, yo quiero que me licite. Pues miren, no quiero participar. Tenemos un problema de accountability. Aquí el debido a responsabilidad de fiducia ha quedado mancillado por muchas cosas y no somos ni responsables con nosotros mismos en pedir que respondan a esa gente. Vuelvo con los incentivos perversos, sobre todo cuando tenemos que ya por una forma y por todas terminar el inversionismo político, donde les voy a mostrar eventualmente una tabla que dice, oiga, si usted necesita y está de acuerdo con invertir, ¿okay?, la inversión privada del país, pues vamos a ver unas estadísticas que la gente, el puertorriqueño promedio, deja de invertir en sí mismo para invertir en la política porque entiende que tiene una tasa de rendimiento mayor, cuando en términos promedios la tasa de inversionismo político es igual a 0 para todo el mundo y muy alta para pocos. Sobre todo, con esta misma gráfica le digo, en términos de la demografía es nuestro mejor aliado para unas cosas y es nuestro peor enemigo para un montón de cosas. Si esta tendencia sigue, en donde la gente se sigue yendo, para el 2050 esto va a ser la égida más grande de Latinoamérica. Pero es que los viejos de 80 años no pueden coger un pico y una pala e irse a trabajar. Yo no estoy diciendo que ahora todo el mundo tenga 5 hijos, ¿verdad? Porque sería irresponsable. Pero son retos demográficos que no podemos seguir tratando como el avestruz de decir que no existen. En términos de consideraciones finales, creo que tiene que hacerse como parte del plan fiscal, según la ley Promesa, tiene que concentrarse en programas de infraestructura, en cuestiones de inversión de capital, sobre todo lo que se pueda trabajar a través de la reestructuración de la deuda. Ese menos gasto no necesariamente debe ser gasto de gobierno, sino debe ser canalizado, trabajar con esto en un sitio donde sabemos que todos estamos cash stranded aquí y no tenemos casi ni para pagar la nómina. Tenemos mucha capacidad ociosa. Les guste o no a algunos, Puerto Rico no es del todo un país en vías de desarrollo. Que no tenemos el internet más rápido del mundo, so what, tenemos un internet muy bien. Tenemos que prepa no funciona como quisieran algunos, está bien, pero tiene sus ventajas y son ventajas significativas con muchos sistemas de electricidad fuera de Puerto Rico. Los puertos los estamos subutilizando, sí, por razones muchas que no están bajo nuestras manos ni nuestro control, pero tenemos una capacidad instalada en términos de carretera que la debemos empezar a usar, revitalizar para que nos sirva. Inversionismo político. Según los datos del Departamento de Hacienda y el Contralor Electoral, tenemos un total de, en esos últimos años, fíjense que tenemos la misma cantidad de dinero que la gente ha invertido en ellos mismos en términos de cuentas giras, sin contar con los últimos 2 años que no están disponibles, pero ha sido la misma cantidad de dinero que le hemos donado a candidatos que ni siquiera pueden estar en una papeleta. Le hemos dado del 2008 al 2016 casi $73 millones a los políticos para que hagan nada. Deje de estar financiando a los políticos, gente. Ellos son los que nos metieron en este lío. Tiene que haber, y Promesa no lo establece, una auditoría fiscal de la deuda. Hay que buscar quiénes fueron los que cobraron las comisiones, cómo hicieron el placing de esa deuda. Y hay mucha gente que lo hizo bien y hay mucha gente que aseguro que los hizo mal. Pero si en la misma muestra que yo saqué para emisiones de Puerto Rico del 2000 al 2014 se pagaron esa cantidad de millones de dólares, porque eso está en miles, pues ahí están. Vamos a llamarlo. Digo, hay unos que no existen, ¿verdad? No podemos llamar a Lehman Brothers, pero vamos a llamarlo. Si aquí nadie tiene que esconder nada, pueden hablar, pero aquí está el dinero que cobraron por hacer el placing de la deuda. En términos generales, sí, es verdad, Promesa no limita a la reestructuración de la deuda a las emisiones de deuda. Es cualquier deuda que tenga el Estado se puede trabajar en reestructuración, no solamente las emisiones de deuda en bono. Y eso incluye todas las instrumentalidades del país. Ahora bien, y finalizo con esto. Vamos a ver qué en realidad dice Promesa que viene a hacer. Dice que el presupuesto tiene que estar en concordancia con el plan fiscal. En ningún momento, taxativamente, la ley dice que tiene que haber presupuestos balanceados. No lo dice. Yo le di find 3 veces, balance budget, y no aparece. Si está de forma indirecta, pues que alguien me diga, porque estoy ansioso por saber. Sí tiene que haber un análisis en términos de sostenibilidad de la deuda, y dice que debe haber un nivel de endeudamiento prudente. Nadie dice cuál es ese número, 14, 42, 11.17, no sabemos. Dice que va a proveer para capital expenditures e investments. ¿De dónde va a salir el dinero de eso? Aquí no hay. Dice cosas buenas. Dice que va a traer la solvencia a Puerto Rico, y yo entiendo que eso incluye, porque también sí lo dice, que muy probable esto sea la clave del éxito para los pensionados del gobierno, porque le tiene que dar prioridad a la solvencia de todos los sistemas de retiro de gobierno, que todos están quebrados. Y pues nada, vemos que hay una cuestión bastante laxa de cómo ellos van a certificar. Sin embargo, hay unas cosas que se deben decir. ¿Qué Promesa no viene a hacer? Bueno, no viene a poner en cintura a los políticos del país. Eso es falso. No viene a crear esta cuestión institucional radical de crecimiento endógeno para el desarrollo económico. Quien quiera que diga eso se colgó en los cursos básicos de economía. No, señor, eso no es lo que viene a hacer. O por lo menos no dispone cómo se va a hacer. Pero eso lo que hay ahí es un wish list. Hay que acabar con el inversionismo político. Promesa no dice nada de trabajar con el inversionismo. Que me ha dicho, ahora es que los mantenidos, se va a acabar el mantengo. Promesa no dice absolutamente nada sobre eso. Y sobre todo, el accountability. Promesa no va a ser quien establezca o quien sea responsable de erradicar pliegos acusatorios, ya sea por incumplimiento del debido deber de fiducia, ni por aquellos casos que se pueda trabajar de prevaricación. Y prevarication creía que estaba diciendo un disparate, y lo busqué en 3 diccionarios, salía, y sí existe, pero es prevaricación y es un delito. Así que lo importante de todo esto, sobre todo, es creernos que nosotros podemos mirar a Promesa como algo que no es estrictamente una camisa de 11 varas. Tenemos que aprender a trabajar con la ley. No es lo que se ha querido pintar en muchas ocasiones, y puede ser una de las múltiples herramientas que podemos tener para el desarrollo económico, pero para desarrollo económico necesitamos mucho más que la ley Promesa. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Professor Fernández. We're lucky that he was the only one of the 3 speakers that show up, because he went over the whole time of the 3 speakers. Actually, we gave him free license to go and take all the time he could to explain all the details. As you know, we're running late, so we just want to, there's one phrase that Professor Villamil always says, we need to privatize the private sector. And that's one of the issues we strongly need to do to develop our agenda and look forward without thinking so much about what the government is doing. The other item that Joaco is always telling us about, the issue is that Promesa, if the government will do what it has to do, does not have to take action into some of the stuff. The problem is that either of the 2 potential candidates of governor that can win, my reluctance is that anything is really going to happen in the state legislature, because their politician status is too strong to really take action. So we may have a willing governor to do what it has to be done. I'm not so sure about the state legislature, and therefore Promesa will have to enter full power to take the budget cuts to get a balanced budget. So I don't know if Hector has anything else to say, and we move to the next panel.
We can. I just want to make sure everyone here has access to a smartphone, has seen Bloomberg or Nuevo Dia, Primera Hora, Noticel. But I will read to you the designees for the board. Republican Carlos Garcia and Jose Carrion. Carlos Garcia, former president of Government Development Bank under Luis Fortuño. Jose Carrion is an insurance executive. He's Pedro Pierluisi's brother-in-law. Jose Ramon Gonzalez, former investment banker, former president of the Government Development Bank, and now the president of the Federal Home Loan Bank of New York. He lives and works in New York City. Ana Matos Santos, I assume that's the educator. Democratic Party. Ramon Gonzalez, and then you have, so we have a board. I do have to make a final comment because I know a little bit about the pension system, and I doubt there's very much that the board can do about the pension deficit. However, I like the fact that Carlos Garcia and Jose Ramon Gonzalez are both there. They've worked on this topic significantly, and we would hope that they will put their thinking caps on and come up with some solutions. We'll be here to help them with that. So thank you very much.
Antonio, thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you for all the presentation of that panel. I want to moving on to the next panel. Is the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce proposal on economic growth in Puerto Rico. And as moderator, I want to invite Mr. Carlos Vivoni. He's the third vice president of the governing board of the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce. Carlos?
Thank you very much, and needless to say, I'm delighted to have made it here this morning and be part of this extraordinary event. Since I know there are a few people in the audience that may not fully dominate the Spanish, I'm going to go ahead and make the presentations in English. All the presentations have been made in English, and the participants have prepared themselves to make the presentations in English. But we will take comments and questions in any of the two languages for the benefit of those in the room. I had some housekeeping before we began, but I think those have been modified slightly in terms of presentation lengths. But we would still ask the audience to have your questions ready so that they can be picked up by members of our staff and that they can bring it to my attention. Like it was said, my name is Carlos Vivoni, and I'm going to be, for the next 60 or so minutes, I guess, I'm going to be directing and moderating this session on economic proposals from the private sector. I guess as most of you know, Promesa, or the Puerto Rico Oversight, Management, and Economic Stability Act, defines the use that the government of Puerto Rico may give to its own revenues. Sections 201 and 202 of the Act limit those funds to essentially four uses. One, essential public services. The Act does not define in detail what essential services are, and we probably all agree that not everything the government does is essential. Two, it allows for the adequate funding of pension systems. No definition given for the word adequate. Three, to allow for a debt burden that is sustainable, which I guess assumes that most, if not all of it, should be renegotiated. And four, it allows for capital expenditures and investments to promote much needed economic growth. Now, we also know that today's government revenues have not been sufficient to pay debt, to make the scheduled contributions into the public pension systems, which are severely undercapitalized, and not even to pay suppliers, many of which are experiencing, as a consequence, extreme financial distress. So something really must be done to increase revenues without any more tax increases, please, so that the island's 10-year economic contraction is reversed, and reversed soon. And that is what our panelists are going to talk about. Private sector proposals to spur economic growth, to promote job creation, to lessen and eventually reverse emigration of our productive youth. And with little or no economic assistance from the government, which doesn't have ways to do it anyways, from which the private sector only asks to be more facilitating and less obstructive. We have, as appears in the schedule, 5 panelists, 3 of which were not able to make it this morning, but we have a designated batter that will fill for 2 of them, our president, Mr. David Rodriguez, who will talk after the first 2 panelists who did make it this morning and are anxious to share their thoughts and present with the audience some initiatives we believe could be very important to add to the economic growth that is much needed in the island. Our first panelist will be Jose Julian Alvarez, former president of the Chamber of Commerce, highly regarded in our institution, member of the Puerto Rico Empresa Committee, and a partner at the local firm of Fiddler, Gonzalez and Rodriguez, who will talk about the Puerto Rico Empresa partnership between the private and the public sectors. Jose Julian.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning. As you have seen from Mr. Fernand's presentation, Puerto Rico's economy has been experiencing a severe contraction for more than a decade. This prolonged and deep contraction was brought up and has been sustained by highly politicized public policy decisions and lack of continuity in policy initiatives due to changes in government administrations. Over the years, the ever-deteriorating economic situation was worsened by the accumulation of public debt used to finance operating deficits, and this accumulation worsened the situation when it combined with government expenditures that really mask the impending crisis that Puerto Rico has come to face. Adding to the list of bad news, the population of Puerto Rico too has decreased by more than 9% in the past decade. The massive migration out of Puerto Rico in search of work, services, and quality of life is mostly responsible for this decrease in population. In 2014 alone, according to the Puerto Rico Community Survey, 84,000 Puerto Ricans left the island. There's a general consensus that it is urgent to revert this negative spiral and return to economic prosperity to the island. The current economic policies of the government, which worked in the past, no longer work in the present. Puerto Rico, the government of Puerto Rico continues to be the largest employer on the island, and that situation has to be reversed, not necessarily by reducing the government, but by increasing employment in the private sector. Puerto Rico urgently needs to overcome the current economic contraction and achieve real economic growth. Economic development today is about attracting, retaining, and growing clusters of value-added economic activities that drive job creation and attract new capital investment. Strong economic foundations, including a skilled workforce, accessible technology, available capital, and quality of life, sustain enterprise-wide economic development. Puerto Rico faces a great challenge: to become highly competitive in a global economy. In this context, Puerto Rico must rethink how it manages the process of designing, developing, and implementing economic growth. Looking for solutions, the Puerto Rico Chamber of Commerce has identified several jurisdictions that, like Puerto Rico, were faced with dire economic outlooks. They implemented public-private partnerships to design and execute strategies that generate economic activity. Two of those jurisdictions are Florida and Chile. In Florida, the tool used to enhance the economic activity of that state is Enterprise Florida. In Chile, it's Pro-Chile. Let me give you an example of what Enterprise Florida has done in the past 20 years for Florida. It made Florida rank number 2 in infrastructure. Its workforce is the 4th largest among the states. Florida is now the 4th in the U.S. for high-tech employment. Florida's economy is the 4th largest in the U.S. and will be the 19th largest in the world if Florida was a nation. Florida has 9.6 million civilian labor force, more than double the population of Ireland. Florida ranks number 1 in U.S. aviation manufacturing attractiveness, and so, and so, and so. Chile, on the other hand, focus on exports. And right now, Chile has 15 offices throughout Chile, attracting exporters, and 55 offices outside of Chile, making sure that those exporters have the work of those exporters are facilitated by Pro-Chile. So basically, the proposal that the Chamber of Commerce has is called Puerto Rico Empresa. Puerto Rico Empresa will be a non-for-profit corporation created by law, which will be registered, incorporated, organized, and operated in accordance with the laws of Puerto Rico, and which is not a unit or entity of the government. Puerto Rico Empresa will promote, collaborate, support, complement, and enhance the efforts of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the Oversight Board, and the Task Force for Economic Growth to advance the economic development of the island, utilizing private sector and public sector expertise in collaboration with the Puerto Rico Department of Economic Development to, among others, increase, attract, maintain, and revitalize Puerto Rico's manufacturing industries, promoting emerging complementary industries, implementing opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses, and to assist, promote, and enhance economic opportunities in the Puerto Rico's rural and urban communities, among other purposes. These efforts will concentrate on specific economic sectors, including manufacturing, energy, healthcare, agriculture, tourism, retail and wholesale, and advanced services. Advanced services includes, but it's not limited to, construction management, engineering, financial and environmental services. Puerto Rico Empresa, Inc. will enter into a performance-based contract with the Department of Economic Development and Commerce, which includes annual measurements of the performance of its performance in terms of new and retained jobs, capital investment, number of projects by sector or segment, number of trade leads and business inquiries, and new revenue generated from export sales. Puerto Rico Empresa, from a corporate governance point of view, will be governed by a board of directors initially of 11 members. The governor of Puerto Rico will be the chairman of the board of Puerto Rico Empresa. The other two members of the board which come from the government are the Secretary of Economic Development and Commerce or his designee, and the Secretary of State or his designee. The board will have a minimum of 8 members from the private sector, representing specific economic areas, including manufacturing, energy, healthcare, agriculture, tourism, retail and wholesale, and advanced services. Each appointed member of the board of directors from the private sector must have expertise in one or more of the following areas: international business, finance and accounting, sales and marketing, small and medium-sized businesses, manufacturing, and professional services. The board will also appoint a productivity task force. This task force will be charged with delineating recommendations to promote ease of doing business in Puerto Rico and to transform Puerto Rico into a pro-business location for new investment. Local laws and regulations in these areas, such as corporate taxes, labor laws, and permits, will be part of the task force review and recommendations. In conclusion, Puerto Rico has no more time to ponder possible actions to revert the downward spiral it is now experiences. The time to act is now. Puerto Ricans need to take control of their destiny and work together as one. This plan is a call for action. It will renew the enthusiasm and faith in our people and bring the change required for the benefit of this and future generations of Puerto Ricans. With Puerto Rico Empresa,
the island's economy. Jaime?
Good afternoon to everybody. It's already after 12.
Good afternoon.
It's Jaime Zanabria. Glad to be here this morning, and I'll go directly and speak about one of the elements that Dr. Fernos addressed, which is the investment. If we want to jumpstart the economy and we want to make Puerto Rico's economy successful again and the creation of jobs, we need to think about the investment part of it. And no other vehicle better suited for Puerto Rico's situation than public-private partnerships. In public-private partnerships, and let me take a minute here to solve the technical aspect so I can, are you seeing the transparencies? Yes. Let me control them in the order they should be, if I can, and not have them. I think the presentation is geared towards an automatic flow of the transparencies. I don't want that. I can't afford that if I'm going to make a presentation. Sorry for the delay here. Okay, let's see if we can do it. Do it again. We're not getting even the initial. Well, while we wait for the transparencies to show up, I'll be basically presenting alternatives and potential opportunities for development and investment in the main infrastructure areas which will be energy, water, security, homeland security perspective, security and health, and transportation. But as we know, and Dr. Fernós stressed this point, Puerto Rico does not have access to the credit markets today. P3s need access to the credit markets if we're going to have success in the projects. Right now, we don't. So I guess the simple question is, how do we make this happen? And it'll be probably very difficult. We need to enroll and bring in private investment onto the island. And as part of that, we need to facilitate the vehicles that can make the project successful, that can make the projects viable and successful. These vehicles could include financial guarantees. You won't see that in my presentation, but that's one aspect that I think somebody mentioned this morning. The federal government and the Fiscal Control Board is not going to bring money in baskets. They're not going to bring loads of cash to solve a problem. But maybe financing financial guarantees could be a vehicle to help facilitate infrastructure projects through P3s. And as I said before, the focus of my presentation will be in energy, water, homeland security, security and health. And that security is basically physical security, risk of the type we see outside today, and transportation. Oops. Let's see. What characteristics, and this presentation is coming out of the Public-Private Partnerships Committee of the Chamber of Commerce. And what characteristics we focused on to select the projects and be able to speak to them and suggest them today. We basically looked at all projects will be infrastructure type projects that to a certain extent they're critical to Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico's economy, that they do provide economic and to a certain extent environmental benefits, and that they create jobs so they can help jumpstart the economy. In that respect, and I can speak about this area a little bit more than the rest with a little bit more certainty because I work in it, which is the energy sector. The energy sector, if we're gonna impact Puerto Rico, and if Puerto Rico's economy is gonna be successful in the future, we need to focus on reducing the cost of energy. At least using the word stabilizing the cost of energy would be one, stabilizing and or reducing the cost of energy in Puerto Rico. How do we do that? Well, there's various ways of looking at this area. I've used, to start the presentation, the prohibited word on the island, which is privatization. We need to seriously consider privatizing part of the energy sector, if not the whole sector. So that's something that the committee was very forceful on, and one of the areas to look at initially is the generation sector. Generating facilities either through new gas-fired combined cycles and or repowering existing power plants. But that's not all. I think we need to also look at the transmission sector and improvements, what improvements are needed in the transmission sector to incorporate renewable energy investment. And the other prohibited topic, which I'm not supposed to probably emphasize too much, which is LNG. I think if the economy of Puerto Rico is going to be successful, it needs to open its avenues of success for LNG projects, and to make those LNG projects successful, we probably need to construct some pipelines. And those pipelines in the past have been attempted, Gasoducto del Sur being the first one of them, Villa Verde in the north was the second one. They were not successful, probably because we did not educate the population. Under today's technological environment, there's the controls that can make many of these projects successful and very safe. But we need to educate the population. So I think if we're going to think of investing in these type of projects, the first investment we need to make is education to the population in general, so they can look, perceive, feel if the project is really going to be a risk to their security or not, to the physical security. So that's areas that we need to look at. Specifically in the energy generation sector, There's opportunities that PREPA may be looking at right now, such as either constructing a new power plant in the South Coast area at or near Costa Sur, and or even refurbishing the Costa Sur plant. That should serve to improve reliability. There's a lot of savings to be achieved in constructing a new power plant to replace old inefficient generation, because those savings will outweigh the investment that's to be made. One plant, maybe 300 megawatt plant, depending on the features, on the technical aspects, you could be looking at minimum $400 million investment, maybe to about $550 million, depending on the combination of improvements and or investments you're going to make. So those are details that would be evaluated in the detail, in preparative evaluation of the financial aspects of the project. But it's something we need to look at if we are going to be successful jumpstarting the Puerto Rico economy. A pipeline, as you know, one of the old projects, close to $100 million, I would say a new pipeline, depending where it starts and where it ends, $100 to $150 million. But it needs to be looked at, because pipelines, not only for energy generation, LNG pipelines to supply LNG to industry, so the industry could set up shop in places where we don't think they should be right now, or we don't think they can exist, but that they can set up shop safely and at the same time take the advantage or have the advantage of being supplied LNG for their operations, whatever the operation could be. As I said, we didn't get into more specifics than that, but that's another suggestion of the committee. The water area is another one where a lot of work is needed. And in water, first of all, we need to comply with the EPA consent decree that we live with on a daily basis for potable water systems, for sanitary systems. I think Ralph is looking at me, the president of the Engineers College is looking at me, because he saw this presentation a couple of days ago, and he said, you're missing the dredging to the reservoirs. So dredging reservoirs is another aspect of the water projects we need to include here. And I promised him I would include it, I didn't. So that's why I'm mentioning it right now. We need to optimize water production, and probably technology needs to be looked at in the water section, in the water infrastructure area, to guarantee that we reduce losses in the production of water and can capture as much of the income as we can. What are we looking at there? Modernizing the treatment plants, for example, improve reliability of service, and comply with the consent decree. We could be looking at anywhere between $50 to $200 billion in investment in this area. Where's that money going to be coming from? Availability from savings from the decommissioning of the old plants. That could be it. But as I said, probably financial guarantees, and I'll keep repeating that topic throughout the presentation, because financial guarantees may be a way to initially push and start making these projects a reality. Another one in the water area would be to comply with the, I'm sorry, I think I went back to the consent decree. I said that already. I'm sorry. Leaving the water area, this is one that may be coming off the wall, as we say. Maybe some are related to it, some are not. Puerto Rico, according to Homeland Security, Puerto Rico may be ripe, maybe at the right moment in time to look at building a new port. Today, most of the goods come in through the San Juan port, right here in the metropolitan area, creating all the chaos that it could create on the island. But at the same time, it has facilitated concentrating 80% of the economic activity in a triangle that goes anywhere from the Bayamón area to Caguas to Carolina, maybe up here to Rio Grande. And that has basically incentivized not dispersing the population and dispersing the government activity and businesses. And we need to look at that. We need to make sure that the whole island benefits from economic activity. Building a new port could be a way of doing that. And at the same time, it will create greater security for food supply and material supplies for business. A new maritime port, weren't sure what the investment would be. But as we said, this is a port that would be used to decentralize the economic activity, and it would be paid by the users. Eventually, the users of the port will be the sources of the income to pay for the project. In the security and health area, maybe a novel one again, novel idea, in terms of building integrated data centers. I guess the question would be, are we ripe to look at a comprehensive way of running the government where there's interconnection between all the government activities that can be used to control and manage not only information on the population, especially related to health, but also public security. We think that consolidating data centers from all the agencies would facilitate the information exchange throughout the agencies that could target reduction of abuse of the same type that we see in the press every day, abuse in the use of funds, and or even crime. And that should facilitate an efficient and cost-controlled operation of the government. Here we go again. Going back. Data centers, what are we talking about here in terms of investment? Probably something close to $100 to $150 million. As I said before, efficient and effective control of government, and this project, these type of projects could be paid from operating expense savings of how the government works today. So it needs to be further looked at, studied, but it could be a good idea to look at in terms of improving how to run the government and Puerto Rico's finances. In terms of transportation, this is the fifth area that we're looking at in terms of infrastructure, is transportation. And as you may have read in the press in the last couple of years, we've looked at trains, and we have one train going from Bayamón to Sagrado Corazón in Santurce, but it's a limited route. Maybe we need to look at light rail trains to expand movement of people, even the express buses system, but it needs to be better looked at, because right now we do have an express bus system going from, I think it's Toa Baja to Bayamón, vice versa, and the opinion most of the users have is not effective. I think the buses run early in the morning, late in the afternoon, and that's it. And we need something that's consistent. I think we need to add the principles of consistency and reliability to whatever we do with the projects, in addition to low cost and low impact to the environment. And we're not seeing that in the project that has been executed related to mass transportation through buses. So we need to look at light rails. There's one city, which is Caguas, looking at it. But I think the main point here, if these projects are going to become a reality for investment in Puerto Rico, maybe Puerto Rico needs to look at maybe realizing or executing one of these projects through one operator. When we segregate the investment into various operators, it probably makes the projects inefficient in terms of cost, or not cost efficient. And that is basically a recipe for failure. So maybe one sole operator for a mass transportation system in most of the metropolitan area and some areas of the island could be the effective way of making the investment. In this area, projects are still, I think the further extent of any of those projects has been to an environmental assessment. I don't think they've gone through and created a DIA, well, I forgot, environmental impact statement. I have not seen it, so it's a lot of work to do. But it's an opportunity. The opportunities are there. In addition to those 5 areas, there's other areas and there's other projects that we could look at and try to evaluate if they're convenient or not. And as I said before, the focus here, P3s, is for investment in physical infrastructure that would create the jobs and spur the economic activity we're looking for the economy of Puerto Rico. So that's this laundry list that we have. And further to the 5 initial projects and opportunities we have presented, there's a laundry list of about 10 more projects, 11 more projects, and they include They include health, transportation, security, taxes, and education. And I'll read off the list that you're seeing there in front of you, basically before presenting, because for each one we do have the detail sheets. But before that, we'll just read in health. One of the main ideas that came up was Puerto Rico needs to look at constructing a new medical center on the island. But this medical center, not only to serve the population of Puerto Rico, but to serve as a hub for the whole Caribbean, mainly for trauma and vascular type of illnesses or ailments, where Puerto Rico can benefit from the increased activity coming from the rest of the Caribbean islands. And transportations, there are things like express lanes for the roads, parking structures for urban centers, improvements to cruise ship ports, improvement to existing cargo ports, concession and maintenance contracts for certain regional airports, a limited number of rest areas on certain main roads, and security, electronic management of traffic violations, consolidation and improvements to the detention centers, and taxes, electronic management and collection of property taxes, and in education, improve the physical facilities of public schools through reduction and consolidation of existing schools. We think that that last idea is one where the government can benefit from the cost reductions and improve the quality of education and the physical facilities, physical infrastructure offered to students. For each one of these 11 projects, we have a detailed worksheet. For example, the mass transportation one, sorry, let me keep heading back. Constructing the regional medical center, we think the investment could range between $100 to $250 million at a minimum. And how would they get paid? Probably through the users. In transportation, the express lanes, we have alternatives either for the Road 52, 30, 18, and 26. They're all probably projects that are viable. Investment anywhere from a minimum of $25 million to $200 million. Parking structure in urban centers. And this was a debate in the committee, in the P3's committee. This point came up for debate because some people saw it as this is not the right type of project to offer. Why? Because it incentivizes continuing to use cars, automobiles. So they said, no, we should try to reduce the use of automobiles. But parking structures in urban centers are projects that some mayors of some towns on the island have looked at. And their business opportunities are there today. And they may be right for certain locations. Investment required anywhere between $25 to $150 million and would be paid for by the users. Improvement to cargo ports. Some of the existing cargo ports could benefit from this, anywhere from $20 to $75 million. These projects could be paid through fees and or taxes to the users. The concession for existing, for either operating of and or OEM maintenance contracts for certain regional airports. This type of project should produce significant savings to the Ports Authority, and you would have an investment anywhere between $20 million to $75 million, and they would be paid through either user fees and taxes, and or taxes. The rest areas on certain roads in Puerto Rico, investment anywhere from between $10 to $25 million, and you could have these paid out by the users. So the investment of public funds is minimum. In terms of electronic management of traffic violations, this is a project I personally liked because it not only serves to manage the collection of traffic violations, but it's also related to security, because you could have, through managing this electronically, you could have a way to provide more safety to the police while being able to identify quicker criminals. So it could serve various purposes, but the electronic management of traffic violations has potential, and the investment will be anywhere between 10 to 25 million, and will be paid by the users, basically of everyone, all of us who may violate the traffic laws. The consolidation, opportunities to consolidate detention centers. This could improve physical conditions and rehabilitation of convicts. The savings should be achieved through consolidation of facilities, and those savings could be used for this purpose. It could be an offset. It would have to be worked through, the details have to be worked through on how to make it happen. But we see a potential for an improved criminal justice system with renewed detention centers. Investment anywhere between 120 to 175 million dollars. Electronic management and collection of property taxes. This could be a good idea, not in terms of increasing property taxes, but simply managing and collecting taxes from those who don't pay any at all today. So it's a way to deter evasion and improve the collection process. The project's investment anywhere between 20 to 30 million dollars should be paid by the increased tax revenue not being collected today and the improved collection practices. And the last one, the improvement to the physical facilities of public schools through reductions and consolidations. We have people that have studied this. This has been subject to evaluations, and we have people convinced on the committee, mainly consultants who work in this area, that this could be achieved. We should start or could start this project through identifying which of those schools are going to be targeted for immediate improvement and consolidation, and where. And these would be projects to be taken from time to time, and the investment anywhere between 234 to 500 million dollars, and this would require public funds, but it could be offset by savings in the number of schools that you target for reduction. My time is up, so we'll leave the presentation there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jaime, for that presentation. Being the day it has been, it turns out that we're running behind schedule now. So without doubt, your presentation about
what's the messenger. So I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm the CEO of MCS. I came in 2011. I'm also the head of a trade association called MAPA, which is a group of healthcare plans in Puerto Rico. But I decided to move my family down here in 2015. Hi to my wife Liana, who's watching, who's wondering what I was doing on a boat today. And so when we got down here, what we decided to do was that we really felt it important that we sort of try to get some roots in the island. And the one thing I am is I'm talking to you as a citizen. I'm not talking to you as a healthcare guy per se. I'm not talking to you as in charge of any alliance, but I'm also just talking to you about as a concerned Puerto Rican, which is what I think you guys are. I see that you're folks who are here who are trying to listen, who are trying to grow, who are trying to do better. And at the end of the day, you care, and I think you've been successful in what you do. And I think that you're here, you're wondering what it is you can do at the end of the day. So what it is you can do to help. So I'm going to try to tell you that if I can remember my speech. When we look at things in Puerto Rico, when we talk about how to prioritize things, we look at things at MCS. And when I came to MCS had a lot of problems. But I look at things on sort of the order of Maslow's hierarchy. If you remember the bottom, and I think somebody talked about health and some of the basic things that we need to do. The bottom of the Maslow's hierarchy are the basics. And that's, I think, where Puerto Rico is at. Puerto Rico is at a situation now where you look around and we have a tremendous amount of problems. And we may think that we're at the cusp or at the beginning of the equation, but we're not. We're at the end of a very, very terrible cycle. And what we need to do is we need to address three significant problems in Puerto Rico. and I'll walk you through them in a minute. But I don't think the most urgent thing that we need to do today is to figure out, while we were on the boat and while we were over at the convention center, I was watching the other presentations, and I saw some technical explanations about things that we needed to do, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the basic fundamentals, and Puerto Rico has three very big problems right now, if you haven't recognized it, and they're things that we need to work on. First, we have a tremendous migration of people leaving Puerto Rico. If you look at the top 12 opportunities of people to leave states in the last 50 years in the United States, 5 of them are Puerto Rico. 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015. 1 to 1.8% of the population has left in Puerto Rico in those 5 years. And the fun hasn't even started. So the number one is Katrina, which is 6%. But if you look at the rest of it, the significant problem that we have to deal with in Puerto Rico is people are leaving. The second problem that we have to deal with is by virtue of people leaving, the population is aged in Puerto Rico, which means a lot of people look like me. My slides are beautiful and they show this perfectly, but when you look at it, you can see that the aging of Puerto Rico is about 37.5 on average now, and it's going to be 40 before too long. So what that means is that the bell-shaped curve of the social services and healthcare are flawed. It's no longer going to work. So we can talk about what we're going to do as a society, but unless we keep those kids like our kids that go to Baldwin or St. John's, and these kids that go to Boston College or go to BU or go to these wonderful schools, keep coming back to Puerto Rico, it's not going to work. The economy is just not going to work. You cannot look at any kind of recovery and say it's sustainable with that kind of population loss and that kind of aging, which causes us the third problem, which is why I'm here to tell you that no recovery in Puerto Rico is possible without devoting time to health care. The third problem is we're losing a doctor a day in Puerto Rico. In 2014, think about that number. In 2014, the number was 1 doctor left Puerto Rico every day. In 2016, the great Dr. Ramos, who's the king of the Colegio de Médico, will tell you that that number is 2 doctors a day. 2 doctors a day are leaving. So who has a problem getting a doctor here in Puerto Rico? Anybody? I do. I'm CEO of a healthcare plan, and I struggle to get a doctor in Puerto Rico. So our third biggest problem is that there aren't enough doctors in the healthcare system. So we need doctors to stay. We need doctors to make more money. We need doctors, specialists to stay. None of us are getting younger, and everybody, as we get older, we need more help. So I am very pro doctors. So what do we do? Well, let me tell you what the answer is. And I think it's very clear, is we have to work at the basics of society. And the basics of society, in my eyes, are to buoy the healthcare system. So there's a section in Promesa, and I forget the number of it, but it's in my slides, that talks about that by December 31st, they have to address the federal inequities of funding. It says it very clearly right there. So what we all need to do, and my message today is really very simple to you all, is when we have the opportunity, we need to think about today. We need to think about how do we keep doctors here. We need to think about how do we keep hospitals in business. And we need to make sure that people stay in Puerto Rico. And the way we do that is we need to tell every legislative person we can, whether locally, federally, or lobbyist, or just your neighbor, that they need to put more federal money into the healthcare system in Puerto Rico. Again, as my slides beautifully show, both the Medicare Advantage and the Medicaid program in Puerto Rico is the least funded by a mile. You can look at the average, and we're 30 to 40% below the average. And as everybody knows, nothing is cheaper in Puerto Rico. Nothing is cheaper in Puerto Rico except healthcare. And we are the lowest spending level of healthcare in Puerto Rico. So, ladies and gentlemen, what's going to happen is the system is going to die. You're not going to be able to go to doctors. And you know what? If you're an older person or you're the new people that we need to help on the economy, you know what? You're not going to come. Or you're here, you're not going to stay. There's no way in hell that this medical system is going to attract and retain the people. And when you all leave, you need to think about that, because that's fundamental. And we'll get the balanced budget for 4 years. I'm not sure what 4 years it'll be, and we'll work through all the problems there. But you know what? If the population continues to leave, we're all in trouble. So real quickly, there are two basic building blocks of the healthcare system. The first one is Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage is about 50% of the funding. And you hear about Medicaid, Mi Salud, is about 25% of the funding. And if we're standing on the edge of a cliff now because things have been really bad, it's because the Medicare Advantage program has lost $3 billion of funding already. Medicaid has not lost a dollar. So if you say what is the impact of the economy and the impact of the doctors, what's changed in the last 5 years is Medicare Advantage has lost a lot of money because Medicare Advantage pays the bills. Now you can read that Medicaid is facing a cliff. They are facing a cliff. And sometime in 2017 or 18, they'll lose maybe $800 million. But by that time, MA will be down $4 billion. So in summary, I'm not a politician. And I'm certainly not an economist. And I'm definitely not the smartest guy. And I'm definitely sweating a lot up here, so I want to get done as much as you want me to get done. But what I ask you all to do is when you have the opportunity and you have a chance to talk to somebody, you say, put more money in the healthcare system. And the healthcare system will keep us all healthy, and they'll keep us all happy, and they'll keep us all here in Puerto Rico, and that's what we need. Anyways, have a good day. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, Jim, for that very impacting message. Federal inequities of funding. I guess everybody knows what the impact that would have not only in the Puerto Rico economy, but also in assisting those in most need to receive continuous health care. One last panelist, Mr. David Rodriguez, president of the Chamber, who has agreed to include and briefly speak about the presentation that Maria de los Angeles Rivera from Kivane Grant Thornton was going to share with the audience regarding the proposal for a new territorial tax system for the island. So I leave you with David Rodriguez to talk about that.
Let's see if we have slides here. If not, I'm going to be very short and simple in terms of the growth proposal. Basically, we are moving, or worldwide, the taxation of the entities and the corporations are being moving from what is a worldwide income to a more territorial tax. It's called base erosion and profit sharing. It's an initiative worldwide. More than 80 countries right now have agreed to adopt at least the minimum elements of the base erosion and profit shifting action plan. That means more complex rules operating their taxes worldwide. So the recommendation per se, and the US is doing a worldwide tax, and they are evaluating an international taxation rules that may change during next year. And accordingly to the International Tax Competitive Index, the US is a good example of an uncompetitive tax code, highest corporate tax rate, one of the few without territorial tax system, high individual tax rate as well. The GOP, A Better Way, is promoting to move to a territorial tax system with 100% exemption for dividends from foreign subsidiaries. They are trying to get money outside the United States, back to the United States, and that the dividend will be tax exempt. At least that's their proposal. At this time, the growth proposal for Puerto Rico is to take us as an example and first start with an 85% dividend received deduction and a reduced tax of 50% of the current tax, which is 35%. At the end, you will finish paying approximately 2.63% of each dollar. So basically, that's the growth proposal. I don't have the slides to go on more detail on it, but it's 85% tax dividend receipt deduction. It's not a tax credit like it used to be in 936. So it's very different than deductions against a tax credit. So it's what we are looking for, and I excuse Maria Rivera that she was trying to get out here as well as other people. So there you go.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can vouch for the efforts of Maria de los Angeles. She was indeed out there trying to get in. She wasn't able to do so, but we thank President Rodriguez for having presented for the record what will be one of the most important initiatives presented by the Chamber and the Coalition for the Private Sector. With those presentations, I would please ask from you a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for their presentations and for their creativity on how to get here and overcome obstacles, no doubt, another manifestation of entrepreneurial creativity, a lot of which we know exists in the island and could be certainly use to overcome the challenges that we now face. With that, and since we, as I understand, are running a little bit behind time, I conclude this second panel and call on Francisco Rodriguez, who will direct the efforts for the third panel before breaking up for lunch. Thank you very much.
Expert opinions includes 3 experts that we feel will be able to add a lot of value to the discussion. I'm happy to introduce Dick Larkin, Jorge San Miguel, and John Repisardi, all 3 of them experts in their area. Dick is an analyst for many years, a colleague. John is a lawyer, expert in restructuring, and Jorge has been involved in all areas of government, particularly very active in the Promesa legislation and other government affairs endeavors. So who's the first batter up? Dick Larkin. So make sure we have Dick's presentation.
I was going to say good morning, but now it's good afternoon. I need some assurance from the audience. Do I need to wear this or not? Am I safe? Are you going to be civilized? Okay, I'm Dick Larkin from Stover Glass. My topic is basically turn it around or get shut down. Trying to save time. Any questions? There is a report that I put out basically comparing Puerto Rico to an alcoholic or drug abuser because they can't get away from debt, and now they don't have any debt, so they're going through withdrawal. If you haven't seen the report, I know it's available at the registration desk. I'm not going to go through all the 12 steps, which is normally what a drug addict would have to do, but I think the most important one is the first one. I said, Puerto Rico is powerless over its debt, must work with a higher power than itself. It almost reads exactly like the first step of Alcoholics Anonymous. Time for fingerpointing is over. There's plenty to blame. The simple fact is Puerto Rico has been spending too much, more than they've been taking in for decades. The time for fighting about a control board is over. It's needed. Whether you believe it or not, it's needed because Puerto Rico's spending is out of control. But that doesn't mean you have no say in it. Now you have, what was announced today, at least 6 members of a control board that you have access to. They're going to try to do their best to do it, but it has to be done. Oh, didn't know. Had to put that up there for regulatory reasons. You know, I'm not speaking for the company, I'm speaking on my own. I can't even tell what this is. One of the points I really wanted to make is there's this argument about Wall Street is against Main Street. The blame is on Wall Street and they're hurting Main Street. One of the points I wanted to make is Wall Street is Main Street. The average of municipal bondholders that are individuals, not corporations, not banks, is like 70%. Wall Street really is Main Street. Most of the buyers of Puerto Rico bonds are individuals and families, and they bought them for their retirement. They were hoping for safe income. They were looking for safe return of principal. That's not happening right now. The problem is, now that we have defaults, more people are getting hurt, but the worst part is, the worst is over. A lot of people who owned Puerto Rico bonds in the past sold them in a panic as much as maybe 50 cents on the dollar because they were afraid they were going to lose everything. They've already lost their money. There are a lot of retirees, both in Puerto Rico as well as the mainland, who have already lost their money. It can't be repaired. Whatever Puerto Rico does, those people have already lost money. So I don't really have a lot of tolerance for people who say it's Wall Street dictating things and they're against Main Street. Wall Street is Main Street. The problem is State Street is not in line with Main Street. State Street being the Puerto Rico governance. Investors have lost money because of the government's actions. The losses from recent defaults, while they're bad, don't even match what people have already lost in the last 2 years because of the crisis. The Commonwealth has already caused irreparable harm to once loyal investors. Things are not going to be the same. The municipal bond market is a very cheap source of money. You get tax exemption, brings down the interest rate, but right now Puerto Rico has absolutely no access. I have to ask the question, has Puerto Rico permanently lost its investor base already? Will it ever recover? And if it does, how long will it take? They talk about so-called securitized bonds, especially for PREPA, the electric authority. I don't even think people would believe a securitized bond, which is supposed to be separated from the government and completely lockboxed. I don't think anybody will believe it. So that's one of the plans of so-called Wall Street experts. I don't think it's going to work. How long will it take before the Promesa board? I just found out the Promesa board is already announced, although the official announcement I think is going to come at 4 p.m. So we're going to have the board, but that doesn't mean anything is going to happen immediately. They need to hire a staff of professionals to come in, look at what's going on in Puerto Rico, and make recommendations. That's at least 3 months away. At least 3 months away. It might be 6 months away before Promesa really actually gets involved, because while these people are very well respected, they've never met with each other, they've never talked. There's a lot of decisions to make, including hiring professional staff to tell them exactly what has to be. I have a question. How many years could it be before Puerto Rico will be trusted to issue normal debt obligations? I don't know the answer, but I lived through the New York City financial crisis in 1975. It took 6 years for New York City to be able to be accepted back in the bond market. Is that a benchmark for Puerto Rico? I have no idea, but it ain't going to be in the next year, I can guarantee you that. It's going to be a while before Puerto Rico is going to be trusted again by investors. Here's questions that I think need to be answered for Promesa board. When will there be trustworthy audited financial statements? They're already 3 years behind on an official accounting of the financial position of Puerto Rico. That's unacceptable. Most states, cities provide their financial reports within 6 months of the fiscal year. The last financial report is for 2013. So nobody really has a good, really authoritative position of where Puerto Rico is. Another question I have, and I hope Promesa can answer it, when will there be a true accounting of monthly cash flows in the general fund? No one knows how much cash is coming in, how much cash is going out, and when it's occurring. I know that part of the reason that Puerto Rico defaulted on July 1st is they needed cash to pay for obligations. In July, August, September, cash coming in is a lot lower than cash coming out. They couldn't afford to pay debt because they needed cash for the next 2 months or 3 months of operations. But again, there's no true accounting. The last financial statement I saw with the cash accounting was 2011. I'm an analyst. I'm not a broker. I don't buy or sell bonds. I'm an analyst like Matt Fabian, who spoke this morning. There's just a lack of information that has to be filled. How large is the backlog of payments to vendors? I heard, and I don't know if it's true, I heard a rumor that even though they defaulted on their bonds, $1 billion of bonds were defaulted, they're like $2 billion behind in paying normal vendor obligations. They get a service, they're delaying paying the vendors because they just don't have the cash. How big is it? Is it $2 billion? Is it $3 billion? I don't know because there's no accounting for it. Another question, I don't know, now that the board is being announced, I don't know how long it's going to be before they can be operational. So is there any control over Puerto Rico spending? Is there anybody saying to the governor, you can't spend for this, you can't spend for that, you got to be stopped? I don't know when that's going to occur. Even though we now supposedly have a board, how long will it be before they can really get in action and sort of control the amount of spending of Puerto Rico? The other question I have is, will the control board treat creditors, meaning bondholders, as well as vendors, as well as pensioners, as well as employees, will it be equally treated? Or will it follow the model of Detroit, which I think was a disaster? Perfect example. Both Detroit and Puerto Rico issued bonds for the purpose of adding money to their pension fund. When Detroit went bankrupt, there was $1.6 billion that invested and basically lent money to the city to pay pensioners. When bankruptcy came and they said, okay, we're going to deal with who's going to get paid, who's not going to get paid, the people who invested in pension bonds, lent money for $1.6 billion to pay pensions in Detroit, got zero. Got zero over a technicality because technically it wasn't real debt. To me, that was shameful. I hope that doesn't happen in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico also borrowed money to pay pensions. That's going to be one of the things that the control board is going to have to weigh is, do we pay? Do we not pay? I just hope Puerto Rico doesn't follow the Detroit example. I have a lot more confidence and faith in Puerto Rico, even though they have troubles and the troubles are unprecedented. I have a lot more faith in Puerto Rico than I do in Detroit. I just hope whoever's making the decisions makes the right ones.
Thank you, Dick.
Last thing I'm going to say. The theme of this is Puerto Rico has to turn things around. It's got to be major. Turn things around or you're going to get shut down. That's the truth. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you. And I would like to introduce our second panelist, my friend Jorge San Miguel, Chair of Environmental Law, Energy, and Land Use, and Co-Chair of Government and Government Affairs of Ferraioli LLC, one of our sponsors. Welcome, Jorge. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Paco. And I want to thank David Rodriguez and the rest of the board of the Chamber for holding this, I think, breaking through and leading conference at a very critical moment. I commend you for timing this together with the announcement of the President. So
it was on purpose. It was on purpose, right?
Right.
It was on purpose.
Right. And again, I think it is a moment where the private sector in Puerto Rico, I think you've all heard the statistic, 40% of the population is in the workforce, 60% is not, at least not in the formal one. So this is a very critical component of our economy. And I think a particular strategic and tactical sector that needs to really help and work under the Promesa structure to help turn things around, as Dick was just mentioning. I want to bring a slightly different perspective. I think as James from MCS was mentioning, I come before you as a resident, as a taxpayer, having worked over 20 years here on the island, paying taxes, working in energy, infrastructure, permitting, government space. So I have lived through the issues, the challenges, the complications, the changes, the flip-flops that we have heard in many a testimony before Congress. The legislating of Promesa also brought me the opportunity, together with Jaime Sanabria from Ecoelectrica, of testifying before Congress in January, precisely on the energy infrastructure challenges and some of the permitting challenges that Puerto Rico has historically faced. So the legislative process itself, I think, was one that was, it was fairly robust. We had at least 4 House hearings between January and April, before markup in May and approval in June. There was a substantial amount of testimony, expert witness, and local witnesses that came before the Congress to provide information for the Congress to legislate. And the conclusions that they reached, and this is the quote I have in there is directly out of Promesa, is that obviously we have a fiscal crisis. There's a large accumulation of debt. We're suffering declines in population. We have recently enacted harmful legislation. And the inability of our local political structure to bring order and transparency commanded and required congressional action. Now, I want to quickly touch on correcting some of the local perceptions that we have heard and we keep hearing even today, this morning, as we try to come here to listen, to learn, to comment. Promesa is not just about debt restructuring. In fact, in my humble, and again, taxpayer point of view, it is something that comes secondary to economic development. If we don't have that, we don't have the capacity to provide essential services, and we won't have the capacity to meet our obligations. Promesa is also not about cutting jobs or slashing benefits or selling our natural resources. There's been some discussion about that. I think that's taking the sublime in another direction. Promesa is also not about avoiding environmental compliance at all at the expense of economic development, or, put the other way, economic development at the expense of environmental compliance. The statutory purpose of the law is to establish an oversight board to assist the government of Puerto Rico, including its instrumentalities in managing public finances. And that's coming straight out of the law and the Committee of Natural Resources report, page 40. So the key word there being assist. They are coming in a supportive role to help the government of Puerto Rico do what it is otherwise obligated to do by our own Constitution. When you step back from all the noise and all the complications and all the emotional components of this effort, you really look at Promesa, and Promesa, all it does is help us do what our governors are elected and sworn in to do, to comply with our Constitution and the laws enacted under it, which require balanced budgets, which require fiscal plans, and require treating the taxpayers' money as the taxpayers. And so really that's what Promesa helps us reboot and get back into doing. There's a sense of Congress expressed in Title VII of the law, and it reads as I have there in front of you. It is the sense of Congress that any durable solution, and the idea here is to seek a durable solution, not a temporary fix, is for Puerto Rico's fiscal and economic, to get out of Puerto Rico's fiscal and economic crisis, should include permanent pro-growth fiscal reforms. I think we heard in testimony before the Congress of how we change policies, at least every 4 years, if not quicker than that. So we now have to design plans that we can ensure guarantee growth, job creation, wealth, tax revenues for our government to be able to comply with its mission before its people and meet its obligations. The key issues under Promesa are essentially broken down into what I call the 3 legs of a stool. The first one being fiscal reform, and that's Title II. Fiscal reform contemplates a fiscal plan process and a balanced budget process. The second leg of the stool is economic reform, and that's Title V, and it focuses on the infrastructure component of our needs right now. And the third leg of the stool being debt restructuring, which are Titles VI and III. All of them are equally important. We're at a moment where all 3 need to be addressed in a very quick and efficient manner. But the driver of all this is credibility and the trust that flows from the transparency that we have not had, but that Promesa now brings checks and balances so that we do afford all stakeholders, not creditors, not debtors, everybody, including local taxpayers, including stateside bondholders, the clarity and the transparency to trust that what the government is saying is in fact what it is, and that we're now doing the right things to ensure a corrective action and growth. Title II, again, the fiscal plan component calls for a scheduling together with the governor of Puerto Rico for a process and a timing to come up with a fiscal plan. That fiscal plan must be one of at least 5 years, so there's some predictability over the course of that 5-year term. The objectives of a fiscal plan are to reach fiscal responsibility and be able to access the capital markets as quickly as possible. There is a specific clause under Title II that calls for joint development of fiscal plans. And you see this under the balanced budget component of Title II as well. The effort and the concentration here is to, again, assist, collaborate, and work in a consensus manner. Puerto Rico cannot not to, but the statute provides for that. And it really underscores the messaging throughout the law that the effort here is to try to assist and collaborate as a team. And then the fiscal plan, of course, has to call for and contemplate, and I think it was mentioned by some of the speakers before me, essential services, adequate funding for public pensions, improvements on fiscal governance, accountability, economic growth, etc. On the balanced budget component of Title II, again, calls for a scheduling with the governor to get a balanced budget nailed down. It must be compliant with the fiscal plan. So the alpha here, the starting point, is a fiscal plan that really sets our horizon, at least into a 5-year horizon, and then having our budgets blend into that so they're compliant with the objectives established under the fiscal plan. Again, this section also provides for joint development of budgets, so the government has the option of saying, hey, let's work it together from the get-go to avoid either notices of violation or observations or any delays in the process of actually getting a budget approved. And it also establishes a mechanism to confirm ongoing compliance. So we're not just going to approve a balanced budget and look at it 12 months from now. We're going to be able to have quarterly and annual reports. There's going to be a process now for transparency and contracting. Some of the news that I think we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks coming out of the U.S. District Court here is precisely that, transparency and contracting. We need that. That is affecting and eroding our transparency and the credibility of our government. And then there's going to be requirements for any new law that gets enacted to have a formal cost-benefit analysis attached to it and the capacity of the board to review any new laws to make sure they're not incompatible with the fiscal plan and or the approved budget. So moving to the economic development side, Title V, the basis for that title that's the critical infrastructure project section. It responds to our dire need, not just for energy infrastructure, be it in the generation side or the transmission and distribution side, but also other infrastructure. And there was testimony before Congress attesting to the difficulties of permitting in Puerto Rico, the age of our energy infrastructure, the age of some of our water infrastructure, and you heard some of that from Jaime Sanabria and the P3 proposals that they are putting forth. It addresses the permitting structure and latches on to a law that we have, and we've had since 2000. It's Act 76 of 2000, and it contemplates that when you have emergency situations, like we now have, the governor has the statutory authority to issue executive orders to expedite permitting in compliance with all applicable requirements, including environmental, but in a much more expedited and compact manner to be able to address that emergency. This increases regulatory certainty, which is a big issue with investors. They're very uncertain about putting new money into Puerto Rico. So this brings certainty. And all of it under Title V is aimed at the purpose of attracting investment and generating economic growth, job creation, and improving a very old infrastructure which is actually hurting our environment and the health of residents on the island. In terms of structure, Title V calls for the creation of a revitalization coordinator. That's going to be a seat that responds to the executive director, who in turn responds to the board that is being named today. It establishes a process and criteria for qualifying what is known as critical projects, and those are fairly consistent with what I saw that the Chamber put forth in their P3 plans. It provides for an expedited local permitting structure, again, similar and identical as we have locally under Act 76 of 2000. It provides for reporting requirements, again, to give publicity and transparency in anything that's determined or considered by the revitalization coordinator in evaluating whether or not a project is in fact a critical project. And again, all of this with the purpose of quickly identifying the projects that need attention, quick permitting, and quick investments to get under construction in key infrastructure areas that include energy, water, roads, ports, bridges, solid waste, and the like. Here, just a quick sample of what I've talked over time about credible steps that we could have taken. We didn't, but we still can, with or without Promesa. Most of these fixes are local. We have the capacity to increase tax collection. There's been positive movement from Treasury Secretary on the island on that. We're still averaging way below the national average. National average on tax collection rates is about 89%. We're probably north of 56 now, but we're way off of that. That's something you do administratively. You don't need the federal support, federal Congress to support that. That is good governance. Permit reform, as we talked about, Title V under Promesa now empowers a certain sector for critical infrastructure projects, but we don't depend on that. We can still activate that through executive orders that the governor can issue. Public-private partnerships, we've had a very successful law enacted since 2009. We had two very successful P3 projects in PR22 and PR5, as well as the Luis Muñoz Marín Airport. I don't hear a single complaint about those infrastructure assets today, and it's a model to be recognized and followed. Unfortunately, we haven't had any P3 activity during this 4-year term, and I think it's really up to the government now to really seize that moment, and with the support of the transparency and structure that Promesa brings to the table, maximize the investments that could be achieved under a P3 process. Government procurement reform, Promesa, provides for our ability now, the government of Puerto Rico, to buy through GSA, Government Services Administration. There's a reason for that. There's leverage when you buy in large volumes and a particular process. We've had GSA reform locally since 2011. It's called Reorganization Number 4. I think it's dated November 21st, 2011. It reforms, or it pretended to reform the way we buy as a government, the executive, the legislative, and judicial, and the municipalities, how we buy goods and services. For whatever reason, we have decided not to use it. In that, if we achieve a 10% efficiency rating, we're shaving off probably hundreds of millions of dollars off of what the government currently purchases or otherwise owes. As Dick was saying, we owe most of that money today, so we would owe less, or we certainly would have to pay less for the same services we're seeking with the government. And of course, PREPA revitalization, whether we agree or not with the way the RSA is shaping up and the IRP is under consideration. The point is that is a consensual, voluntary process that has been, I think by all accounts, fairly successful. We should be close to a moment when PREPA is able to very hopefully turn and shift into an RFP process that if we can achieve will generate investments probably in the several $1 billion in terms of energy infrastructure, generation capacity. That's only going to be good for us. We have 40-year-old plants. We're emitting tons and tons of pollutants that are in non-compliance with EPA standards. Those are affecting our health. Those are affecting our environment, including our natural resources. So it is only good that the ability to unleash that kind of investment, construction, and growth is going to be a net benefit for Puerto Rico. So in conclusion, my view is that Promesa, again, really calls for us to do what we know we have to do, but for some reason have been unwilling to. It is a balanced approach to what the government needs to fix, the economy needs to fix, and our debt structure needs to fix. It emphasizes consensual, collaborative, and good faith discussions and publicity, transparency. And again, that will bring the trust and the credibility that is key to the success of this effort. An old coach of mine in high school used to say, take care of the little things and the big ones will take care of themselves. And I honestly believe that is correct. If we fix our permitting, we fix our water infrastructure, we fix our energy, I think the rest will flow. We will not need the feds to give us these incentives, to give us a new 936. That may all be great, but if we don't fix the fundamentals, our economy will not be competitive, and we will never attain the growth and the durable prosperity that I think Promesa calls us now to do. So with that, I pass back now to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge. I'd like to pass it on to Attorney John Rapisardi, partner and co-chair of Global Restructuring Practice at Melvey and Myers, who is visiting us from New York. Thank you, Richard. Good turn.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Board of Chambers. So it's important to keep in mind then when talking about other municipality restructurings such as Detroit and San Bernardino or Orange County, to recognize that while these restructurings have useful lessons, to understand that Puerto Rico is not Detroit, it is not San Bernardino, it's not Orange County. There are very distinct and different issues here. It's an island where there is a much amount of local pride, emotion, and a great deal of frustration on the part of the people, businesses, and outside investors, including bondholders. The complexity is also compounded by the fact that there are 78 municipalities, 120 agencies, and 17 public corporations, many of which were the issuers of debt. It's also important to recognize that we've heard this morning that Promesa has a long-term aspect to it, but it also has a short-term aspect to it that is going to make it critical for the goals being accomplished in Promesa. I don't know if well, I don't have my slides on, so I'll just go through what the slides would have shown. It's important to keep in mind that there are 3 points that I want to leave you with respect to Promesa's success. The first point is transparency and fiscal reform. The second point is that the board must be effective. And the third point is that the Oversight Board must achieve long-term success with the essential components of compliance, growth, and debt restructuring. Now, with respect to the first point, transparency and fiscal reform, budgetary reform, what we've heard throughout this process in terms of the testimony before Congress and talking to business leaders and investors, we've heard today, there's a great amount of frustration with respect to the financial information or lack thereof that has been provided. Keep in mind that the legislation in Promesa specifically says that the Promesa stay that has been passed by Congress and came into effect on June 30th is to give the investors, the credit holders, the bondholders, the ability to make an informed decision with respect to a voluntary agreement, and I'll come back to that in a minute. With respect to an informed decision, you need information and you need timely information. So one of the tasks, or one of the important tasks of the Oversight Board is to see to it that the government provides that information and that a priority is put on that effort. It will go a long way in terms of establishing credibility that the government would have in having discussions with its bondholders and understanding that Promesa is structured in such a way that it encourages in first instance voluntary negotiations. The 2 titles that anticipate restructuring are Title III, which we heard about this morning, which is an in-court proceeding. It's a debt adjustment proceeding, has some similarities to Chapter 9. It is compulsive. It offers the possibility of forcing a deal on certain constituents, but it also offers the real possibility of prolonged delay, increased expense, and acrimony among various constituent creditors. The other other provision that appears in Promesa is Title VI. And Title VI encourages consensual voluntary agreement. And this is precisely the reason why when Promesa was passed into law on June 30th, an automatic stay came into being. And that stay specifically referred to under Title VI by Congress that basically says a fiscal emergency is now in existence in Puerto Rico. And therefore, what is needed is a stay on all actions by creditors to enforce their liabilities. The trick is that that stay expires on February 15 of next year. And there's an ability to extend an additional 75 days if in the discretion of the Oversight Board, more time is needed to achieve a voluntary restructuring. Title VI envisions and empowers the government to engage with bondholders in achieving that voluntary restructuring. And therefore, it's going to be important with respect to this first point, as I mentioned, with respect to transparency and fiscal reform as a key underlying element of the success of Promesa, for the government to get this financial information out as soon as possible. The second critical element to the success of Promesa and the Oversight Board is its effectiveness. And that might be a very obvious point, but the points underneath that must be recognized. One, there are high expectations of this board. Going around the island and talking to folks, there is a lot of frustration, but the feeling is that this outside board is going to come in and somehow break through the logjam that has been facing the island with respect to lack of production of information, with respect to the logjam and moving ahead with critical projects. What will be important to the board's effectiveness and will be important to the board in satisfying these high expectations is to maintain its autonomy and control of the process. There's going to be a lot of white noise. There are going to be a lot of groups trying to push the board in one way or the other, and the board's going to need time to understand the scope of the problem, gather as much information as possible, but it will be held accountable in terms of taking action and producing results. There will be no excuses. The second point with respect to the effectiveness of the board is achieving short-term successes. That will require what we call low-hanging fruit, pushing through projects that have been delayed for many years, perhaps dealing with leakages on tax issues, taking certain actions in healthcare, labor, that could be readily seen and felt by the public. And in that regard, communication is going to be very, very important in communicating those short-term successes, and just as equally important is to be dealing with any misinformation that is being spread about what the board is trying to do and what Promesa is intended to achieve. And finally, with respect to the board's effectiveness, it will be very important for the board to remain focused on the two critical elements that Congress said that the Oversight Board is charged with: fiscal responsibility and access to the capital markets. We have heard time and time again how important it is for Puerto Rico to regain its status as its credit rating status, to improve that so that the capital markets will be open up to it again. If the board becomes distracted by extraneous issues, it will fail. And so that is going to be very, very important. The third point that I want to leave you with is what I call the ABCs of long-term success. And while the board may accomplish fiscal reform and budgetary reform and set those plans in place, it's going to have to make sure that three elements of long-term success, as I see it, are put in place quickly: compliance, growth, and debt restructuring. Compliance is going to be required, and it's envisioned in Promesa that the government is held accountable in terms of legislation it's passing, new contracts that's being issued. There's going to be a requirement for a registry of contracts to be on file and to be delivered to the Oversight Board. And in that regard, the Oversight Board is charged with the task and power to evaluate those contracts, to evaluate those laws, and to make sure that when mirroring up the economic impacts of those acts and actions, that it complies with the underlying concepts and goals of the fiscal plan, and to make sure that those acts and actions maintain a sustainable level of debt. And in fact, gives the board the ability to override those contracts and override those laws. And I should also point out that we heard it in Jorge's comments, the importance of collaboration. This whole concept of the fiscal plan, the whole concept of voluntary agreement, delivers at the footstep of the board the ability to move forward. But the board gives that power, or Promesa gives that power to the governments in first instance to take the lead. But if the government does not take the lead, then it's going to be up to the board to move forward and to be decisive. The second element of the long-term success of the ABCs is growth. And one should not lose the fact of the importance of Title V, which is based upon the concept of economic growth. And in fact, with respect to today's appointment of the Oversight Board, the clock begins to tick with respect to the appointment of a revitalization coordinator. Promesa requires that the revitalization coordinator be appointed within 60 days from the appointment of the board. The Oversight Board will submit 3 names to the governor, and the governor will select one of those names. And this revitalization coordinator, in many respects, this concept that is present under Title V makes it very, very different than the Chapter 9 cases that we've seen. Here you have a specific individual whose task will be charged with identifying critical projects where there's been a logjam with respect to development of the infrastructure. And traveling across the island and talking to a lot of people, I heard time and time again about nightmare stories of projects requiring the permitting process to take years. And so this revitalization coordinator will be able to have the ability to identify those projects, bring it before the Oversight Board, make the case to proceed, and the Oversight Board will be given the opportunity to approve those projects. And that's why when we say going back to showing short-term successes, if we can, or the revitalization coordinator could identify some upfront projects that need to be pushed through, that can bring about tangible progress that the public and investors can see, that'll be important. And then finally, and because I've left it at the end, it's not that it's equally important, it is, and it's the debt restructuring. And the debt restructuring, as I mentioned, has 2 components to it. There's Title III, which is the in-court debt adjustment proceeding. You heard this morning, the district court judges appointed. There's a creditors committee and they're professionals, and there's going to be a lot of litigation. It's going to be very expensive, and it could be prolonged. There's no time limit on it. But preceding that, and what is required under Promesa, is the voluntary agreement provision, which is Title V. And Title V, as I said, gives the government the ability to negotiate with the bondholders. In fact, the Promesa stay, which appears under Title IV, specifically says that that stay is of limited nature and duration to give the government the ability to negotiate a voluntary agreement with the creditors who can make the decision on an informed basis. So you see the connection to information. And it also goes on to say to give the ability to the Oversight Board to evaluate every element of the structure of government that needs to be restructured. So this is a very, very unique provision. You don't see that in Title IX. You don't see it anywhere else in my experience in 34 years. It gives, out of bankruptcy or out of a court proceeding, there's this stay. There's no official court proceeding, but it gives the ability of the government to reach this consensual agreement. Now, I started my remarks by saying that there is an important time constraint here.
We need to wrap it up, John. We need to wrap it up.
I'm sorry?
We need to wrap it up.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it right now. And the time constraint is the expiration of the stay, which is February 15th. The pressure that the board is going to have is that if there is no voluntary agreement by February 15th and add 75 days, which the board can ask for or impose, takes you to May 1st. If there is no voluntary agreement, then they will be forced with the task of filing for Title 11. But as you heard this morning, the prerequisite for a Title III proceeding is that there be a certified fiscal plan in place. If there's no certified fiscal plan in place, Title III cannot occur. So the perfect storm and nightmare scenario for the board without Congress intervening, extending that time deadline, would be to reach February 15th or May 1st without a certified plan in place, without a voluntary agreement. It will find itself in limbo, and that could perhaps be the worst of all scenarios. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I would love to have some questions, but sadly, we have to break for lunch. But we're going to change the last panel a little bit, so we're going to invite John and Jorge back to the private sector panel so we can have a full Q&A then. Is that okay with you guys? Okay, great. So we're breaking for lunch. We have the keynote, Dr. Simon Johnson from MIT, a former chief economist from the IMF. A really, really important message and discussion. So we're going to the next room and we'll break for lunch. Thank you.